With the enthusiastic participation of innovators, exhibitors, and sponsors, Innovista 2025 is poised to be a celebration of ideas, a catalyst for collaboration, and a step towards forward in CDAC's mission to build technologies of national relevance. Let me end with the CDAC motto, Gyandev to Kevalyam, which means only through knowledge one attains liberation. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. The keynote address shall be delivered by Dr. S. Unnikrishnan Nair, former director, VSSC. He's a distinguished scientist who assumed charge as director of VSSC in February 2022 and has also served as director of IIST. He holds a BTech in Mechanical Engineering from Kerala University, an ME in Aerospace Engineering from IISc Bangalore, a PhD in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Madras, and an MA in Telecommunications and Space Law from NALSA, Hyderabad. Starting his career at VSSC in 1985, Sir has made significant contributions in launch vehicle mechanisms, acoustic protection systems, and payload fairings. He was also the founding director of the Human Space Flight Center, which plays a pivotal role in India's Gaganyaan mission. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. May I now invite Dr. S. Unnikrishnan Nair to deliver the keynote address.
Yes, it is here. Very good morning. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. I have a few slides, so I thought I will speak through slides. First of all, thank you for inviting me for your annual meet, INNOVISTA. Innovation is the process of improving and changing. And finally, he succeeded in using the burnt bamboo as a filament material. So there are many things. Even the mobile phone is not an invention. It is a series of invention. Later it has become a innovation, and then finally the product what we use. So we in our society see the process of creation and destruction that happen in all around us. You can see the species are disappearing. Even many companies are disappearing. They are not innovating. So many reasons could be there. When there is a new technology, many companies may not adopt it. They say it is there's no need to innovate or to absorb it. It could be the resistance to change. We know the law of inertia. We all have the tendency to continue the state of rest or uniformation. You don't want to change because any change requires a force. That force has to come from the company if they are not doing, or the whatever it is, that institution, and the type of competitiveness, diversity, many things are there. Unless we innovate, then there is a chance that we may perish. So it always, it's not the size that matters. We know that Goliath was defeated by David, not by size, but by strategy. If you look at the World Intellectual Property Organization, Switzerland stands first in that index, GII, that is Global Innovation Index. Sweden second, and India is at 39. But there's a very small country called Luxembourg, which ranks 20th, and it stands at 7th in the European Innovation Scoreboard. You can see the features of Luxembourg compared to India. It's a very small country with 6.8 lakhs and a very, very small area. So all depends on the administrations, how they perceive the business opportunities, especially they are doing extremely well in space. They don't have a space port, but they make a lot of business in space. And we see a lot of innovations around us. Whenever there is a necessity, innovation just happens. So this is a recent one, electricity from footsteps, that is being implemented at Shibuya train station, Tokyo, which is one of the busiest stations, where your footstep, when you make a footstep, you are giving a reaction. and that is converted into electricity by piezoelectric effect. So one footstep can give around 0.1 watt, but it looks, see, it may be a very small energy, but cost is also high. But that is how all innovation, when it is in the beginning, and more innovation make it more cost effective. And we know that in many a time we try to mimic nature. It can be even seeing the birds. We make aircraft, and even our eye. The resolution of the eye is 550 plus, whereas the most modern camera it is hardly 50. So still we have not reached the resolution of the eye. And computer, it's like a brain. The brain is so excellent in terms of pattern recognition or even multitasking compared with a computer. Even the power it uses is hardly 10 watts, whereas we know that our supercomputers, how much power they will be using. And there are many things that are taken from nature, like the honeycomb structure used in aircrafts. Again, it's a honeycomb, the same thing that has come from kingfisher's beak that is being used for a bullet train. Velcro is nothing but the seeds when it sticks to your cloth. It just, again, you can see the B2 bomber, how it is matching with a Falcon in terms of aerodynamics. So it's we just look at it and adapt, and we make it more powerful by adding more engineering into it. And that is how in 2000 the STEM, and later in 2010 STEAM, that is it's science, technology, engineering, and alone, mathematics alone cannot make it creative or innovate. So you need arts also into it. So that is the process of having, when you have STEM, it aims to prepare students for careers in science and technology, but then STEAM makes a well-developed, rounded personality. That is the contribution of art. And there's just to give an example, Chaudhaya, he's a composer, teacher, a prominent figure in Carnatic music. But then he innovated on the violin, which is having 4 strings. You know that Baluswami Dikshidhar, younger brother of Muthuswami Dikshidhar, introduced violin. He has got the idea from a European orchestra. It's a European instrument, but it was having only 4 strings. He innovated, because that time, a pre-microphone era, unless you add more strings, it cannot reach the audience, and also it matches with the human voice. Similarly, we all know about Morse code, or even the telegraph. But he started his career as a painter. You can see the gallery of Louvre. That's one of the most paintings, where all the paintings in that museum he has painted onto one canvas. But then it was not giving him enough money for sustenance. That is why he moved to invention, and what type of invention he has made. Similarly, now if you look at our Indian space program, it also started with a very modest background. You can see we have been moving things on a bicycle or even a bullock cart, but that was a very humble beginning. But then still we are floating through various innovative means. It's really a technologically challenging and a very, very highly competitive world. We know that with the more and more startups and also global giants like SpaceX into the business, survival itself is a big question. So we have a fleet of launch vehicles. We are all working on a next generation launch vehicle also. There are ambitious programs for taking humans to moon. At the same time, we have technologies for reusability, how the stage can be recovered, how air breathing can be used. And even if you look at, we have a very ambitious future programs like our own space station. Bharati Antariksha Station, we will have continuous stay, humans there, and heavy lift launch vehicle mission to moon and mission to Venus, and so on. So if you look at it, we know space age began in 1957, and we have been witnessing this evolution of the space program. So mostly it was a state-controlled business till 2000, but then 2000 onwards, it was a new space era, and we see commercial space has started, and now it's again, still it's a new space where it has become a something like a $500 billion business globally. So it's no longer something which we do for R&D, but there is a huge business opportunity. That is why we see there are many trends in that small satellite constellations, like the Starlink. People go in as space tourists. Many people are going to space for stay, for tourists, and manufacturing in space. Many space-based solutions are there, and at the same time there are issues with the space, that space has become congested, and the space situational awareness, how the space debris, it creates a lot of havoc to satellites and even for hand mission. So when the space is changing globally, that is how in our country the government has taken the right decision. Apart from ISRO, there are other agencies like NCIL doing the commercial part of it. InSpace is a single window system. If any of you have any idea of interacting with any of the space program and contribute, you can contact InSpace. They give you access to ISRO space program expertise and many other things. So we, we have now a space policy. It's 2020, I think, and we know right now more than 300 startups are there thanks to this innovative actions, and even one or two startups, they have made launches. So no, to survive in space also we need to be innovative. Innovation need not be very big. You can see the Russians, when they wanted to go to space, they want to see when they reach the space, that state of weightlessness. So they use a simple thread. At the end of it there is a toy, and when it reaches this weightlessness condition, that string tension vanishes. So it's a very simple technology. You can see Shubhamshu Shukla making somersault in ISS. So this space weightlessness is simulated in ground by parabolic flights, where we can do all sorts of things. So it's like when the kid is in a baby in a swing, the body is supported by the cloth all through. So when the supporting area is large, the pressure is less, that gives you comfort. The same philosophy used in cruise seat, where the body, you can see for an astronaut, using the plaster of Paris, a mold is made, that shape of your body, and then the seat liner is made according to your profile, according to each astronaut, so that your body is supported. When the under abort condition, the acceleration could be as high as 12 times gravity, so where the weight has to be distributed. So there are technologies like when a cat is jumping, you would have noticed it is not jumping and landing on four legs. Then the deceleration will be very high, but it does with a delay, like first the foreleg and followed by the hind legs. So thereby the peak is reduced into two smaller peaks. The same technology is being used in designing cruise seat, where the impact is just delayed by a few seconds. And you know that story, it is there in Three Idiots. What Russians used a pencil, whereas Americans invested a lot, which Americans refused. They say they are not invested. A company called Fisher Space Pen, only they invested. Even now through Amazon you can buy a space pen which can write upside down or underwater or anywhere. But then recently Shubhamshu Shukla and our astronauts, they had a training. Then I asked them, they say they are using Sharpie felt pen. Felt pen means it is using surface tension, or even tabs. There is no need for, even they are using waxed pencil also. But pencil, there are certain disadvantages, like the pencil is a conductive material. It can get into some electrical sockets and create issues. But then the greatest disruptive innovation is made by SpaceX. They are into the business just 20 years. They started reusing the pen stage. Usually our stages are all after use, it is falling into sea. So they have designed a vehicle where the first stage is 75% of the cost is in first stage, and that stage is recovered and reused. Even Shubhamshu Shukla has flown in one of the reused stage. So that is how the cost of access is even half of what we offer. So it's very difficult to survive unless you have such innovative technology. So there are again innovation by ISRO, like the payload fairing is the top part where the satellite is covered. All agencies, this payload fairing is separated at 100 kilometers when it is vacuum. All agencies, they do a test in vacuum. Even the European Space Agency take the fairing to USA for using their vacuum chamber. That is what is shown here, and then separation test and then demonstrate. But we never have done any costly vacuum test. We have used instead of using a vacuum test, we did a ground test and made the prediction for ground condition and used the software solution for its performance for all the vehicles like ASLV, SLV, PSLV, GSLV, and then onward we have measurements and we compared. So it's matching. So thereby we are saving crores. That is one way of making affordable space program. Similarly, PSLV, the final stage, all launch vehicle, the final stage also goes to the orbit and the satellites get separated and it becomes a debris. So this poem is PSLV orbital experiment module where the final stage we converted it into a space lab. We are adding a few thrusters and then adding a little more power by solar panels. So it becomes a orbiting platform where so many startups and private agencies, they can do experiment for a few weeks. After that, we just deorbit to an unstable orbit. It just comes back, burns up, and then destroys while it is re-entering. So it's a zero debris mission. Now, when we discuss INNOVISTA, just looking how the space, because we are very near to the space program initiated here. There are multiple ISRO centers and there is an IAST, the Space Institute. The question is, are we fully exploiting the potential of space for our state? That is the question. Maybe many of you can come out with great ideas. In Kerala, it's a typical highland, mid-plains, coastal area, and then each area has got its own issues. And population density-wise, we are the third, and we have very long coastline. So we all talk about blue economy, how much we are using. So there are many areas we can use for traffic management, city planning, disaster management. I know that we are using it, but are we using it to the fullest extent? See, for example, we know that our all traffic, especially at peak hours, it's at a snail pace, and we always see that from one traffic line to another traffic line, there is no coordination, so that the flow is not happening. And also, depending upon the day and also the time, the traffic flow is different. So by using AI coupled with satellite data, can you make a smooth traffic system in our state? So it's possible. Similarly, ocean economy, especially the marine fisheries, the annual we sometimes the export is exceeding 8,000 crores annually. So it's a great potential. We have a very long coast, more than 7,000 kilometers. So how much we are using in terms of tourism, for climate change, for renewable energy? There is so much of sea waves are there. How effectively we are utilizing it? We cannot say that we cannot make use of it because the yield is less, etc. But then we need to find out a technology that suits the local requirements. Similarly, for there are many areas where we can use this blue economy, like the potential fishing zone, how we can increase the catch of fish, how we can use the NAVIX system. So many, if you have an idea, it can be extended to any area. Similarly, for city planning, satellite data is very extensively used for city planning and surveying. It can be used for law enforcement or even carbon footprint analysis. See, the data is there, but if you have an idea, it can be extended to solve many of our problems. Similarly, disaster management. We should never have a disaster like that happened in Wayanad, because any disaster will give out signals. Recently we have launched NISR, which has got L and S band radar, which can even pick sub 1 centimeter type of earth movement. So if you have an idea and then say that there's something somewhere, or landslide is going to happen, it can save a lot of lives, and then it's a drain on the economy, any disaster. And agriculture and forestry. We know that we had a very strong agrarian economy, but gradually we are slipping away. But then the question is how space can be beneficial. And we know that a wild animal menace is a problem, but we can use satellite data and then how their path, we are not getting into their path and they have a free movement. So similarly, the narcotic plantations, by looking at the spectrum, you can find out where they are having narcotic plantations, and the government can take appropriate action. And we have many academic institutions. We have at just hardly 40 kilometers from here, Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, the only institute in Asia for space technology. How effectively all our problems together, we with industry, with academia, how we are projecting our problem, how we can become a beautiful destination for aerospace manufacturing, how we can have a good broad rail connectivity with the neighboring state and become part of this process. So that is, again, I hope such thoughts should happen. Now the last slide is, our universe is so huge, and we are nothing but a speck of sand in this vastness. There is huge resources available outside, and that is why the space has become such a business. So through innovative and cost-effective business models, how we can be a global leader in space and create a sustainable Earth and give a better Earth to posterity. So that is the final statement from me. Thank you very much.
We now move on to the inauguration of the Advanced Technology Solution exhibition. We are delighted to welcome our guest of honor, Sri Srikumar V, Center Head at Tata Elxsi Thiruvananthapuram. He is a seasoned professional with over 33 years of experience spanning operations, customer service management, and client servicing in the consumer electronics, ISP, and IT sectors. Over his distinguished career, Sri Srikumar has contributed to leading organizations such as Godrej, DDL, Asianet, Speridian Technologies, Axel Transmatic, and eBay. May I now invite Sri Srikumar V to inaugurate the Technical Expo and address the gathering. Welcome, sir.
Commodore Sandeep Othwa, Sri Unikrishnan sir, all distinguished leaders and scholars of CDAC, my dear friends. At the outset, let me thank the authorities of CDAC for giving me this opportunity. It's an honor and privilege to be present here among all the best brilliant minds of the locality and interact with all of you. Just to briefly talk about my organizations, I represent Tata Elxsi in Trivandrum. We are close to about 3,200 engineers who work on engineering solutions for the automotive and broadcast domains. Close to 60% of the workforce work on new technologies, futuristic technologies for the automotive or the mobility business unit. The remaining 40% work on the media business unit to make it more simpler. Whatever electronics that you see on in the automobile today automobiles have become less of mechanical and a lot of electronics. I went back to the heat engines lab of College of Engineering Trivandrum, where I graduated in 1988 after 25-30 years, and most of what we see inside those labs have become obsolete. Today, the automobile is more of electrical and electronics, less of mechanical. Technology is fast changing. What we do in the media domain is what you see on the OTTs, on the streaming, on the latest that is evolving in content and media. We are there at the back end of it. That's in a nutshell of what happens in Tata Elxsi Trivandrum, but we have other domains in other parts of the country where we work on medical devices, we work in the healthcare sector, we work in the movie industry. For the movie industry, a small team works for it. We have the Asia's largest design studio in Bangalore. I also represent an organization called GTech, which is a group of technology companies, which is the ITES industry body for Kerala, with 300 plus members across Kerala from Trivandrum, Cochin and Calicut. We serve as the industry body for ITES industry and in collaborating with the ecosystem partners and with government. When it comes to September and when I come from Tata's, I have a small story to tell you. The year is 1893. And most of you would know what is 1893 famous for. A luxury vessel starts off from Yokohama in Japan towards Vancouver in Canada. And there are two important personalities on board. One is Swami Vivekananda and the other personality is Jamshedji Tata. Both of them met on board, exchanged courtesies, and discussed in detail on how Indian subcontinent will become the future, or the future of Indian subcontinent was discussed in detail. At the end of the long trip, Jamshedji Tata invited Swami Vivekananda to head one of the organizations that he was proposing to build in India for fostering innovation and technology and science. Swami refused because he had other plans for humanity. Jamshedji Tata came back and established the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, which still remains as one of the premier institutions fostering science, knowledge, education, technology, and innovation. And you would all know what happened in Chicago, September 11th, 1893, Columbus Hall in Chicago. The best speeches that any Indian has made in history happened there. Every American would stand up and say, "Ladies and gentlemen," where somebody from India starts the speech by saying, "My dear brothers and sisters of America." The 4,000 strong crowd in Columbus Hall stood up for a standing ovation. First time they are hearing somebody speaking from the heart. And that was Vivekananda representing India at the Western world. What started as the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore has fostered and nurtured innovation, education, the quest and the ambition and aspirations for doing something in the scientific community is still going strong as one of those premier institutions. What I meant to say was, whatever we learn, whatever we master, whatever we are scholarly, would become obsolete in no time. What was very relevant 5 years back is today obsolete and will be trash in another 2 to 3 years. Changes in technology are happening very fast. And today's generation, the Gen Z as we call them, have come with technology in their hands. Today there is a problem. The Gen Z or the latest generation is seen as a generation of problem makers. But I differ there. They are not one generation ahead of us. They are 2 to 3 generations ahead of us. And we just simply cannot understand them. That's why all the problems are created around them. And they are branded as a generation which does not suit to our morals, cultures, and ethics. They are far ahead of us. I tell this because we run a platform in GTech, which has got a huge mass of the Gen Z population doing very brilliant things on their platform. The platform is called Mu Learn, and I have a very selfish interest to introduce that platform to you, even in this function, which is all about CDAC. But I have this very selfish interest to talk to you about that platform. Mu Learn, MULEARN. On Google, you get details of the platform. It is a Discord platform made by the Association GTech for creating innovative solutions for these students, for this generation. We started this activity about three and a half years back. Today, the platform has got 52,000 students on it. About 400 mentors, scholars like you who are mentoring and evaluating these students' works. 1,900 colleges and schools registered on the platform. 30 plus interest groups on the platform. What the students do on the platform is they come to the platform, register there, and find out their interest group. For example, if a student is interested in cybersecurity, he has got an interest group there. A student who is interested in IoT will have another group there. A student who is interested in movies will have a group there. A student who is interested in gaming will have a group there. Nobody teaches anything on the platform, but all learning happens as peer learning on the platform. There are 5 to 6 stages through which a student passes through the platform. And when he or she finally comes out of the platform, there are 2 possibilities. One is he would either be hired by an organization or he would himself become an entrepreneur, because whatever he learns on the platform will come out as a proof of work at the end of it. That is the mandate that is given to the students. It's a fun environment learning. Students are excited by the karma points that they earn on the platform. Please go to Google, find out the platform. You could contribute there. You could give back to the students. Whatever you make this platform more global and accessible to the aspiring and ambitious student community. Some exciting moments happened on the platform, which I would like to share here. I wouldn't take much of time. There is a stage inside the platform with the student. I think it's the second stage where the platform asks the students to type. The student would have been using laptops and desktops for years. He would feel why the system is asking me to type. But one student from one of the engineering colleges locally typed the entire night. 2 days later, he gets a message from the Limca Book of World Records that has created a new world record in typing speeds. Another interesting, exciting moment was when Meta announced a global contest. This was for creating a solution for their Instagram Reels. It required a skill in Spark AR. Those days we had about 3,000 students on the platform. None of them had the skill. We chose 59 people who could draw nicely, and we trained them for 3 days on Spark AR. There were 219 winners globally for the contest. 29 came from Mulan, getting a cash prize of 18 lakh rupees. This is not a success story. This is a reminding that students with an aptitude and aspiration can be trained, can get skilled, and get into newer technologies and innovate for the future. I often go to colleges, and when I speak to the students there, I tell them, don't be complacent when you finish your BTech, don't be complacent when you finish your MTech, and don't feel that you have mastered when you come out of the doctoral program. Learning does not end. It is always unlearning and relearning. So I tell them, the buzzword or the slogan has to be unlearn, relearn, and adapt to the future conditions. This is what we intend to create on the platform, and the platform will facilitate students to unlearn, relearn, and innovate and adapt to the newer emerging situation. I would request each one of you, because you are people who are associated with R&D work, with the latest in technology, and it could be as giving back to the societies. You could help these students on the platform play with the innovative tools that you have developed. The exhibition, I was told, is organized here. It is good that such a show is happening. When I go back to my company today, I will spread the message of the exhibition and ask our people to come back and see the exhibition here. Let me, with all of yours permission, declare that the exhibition is open, and wishing this INNOVISTA a good success, and thanking the organizers for this opportunity, and wishing that such technology symposiums and events happen through the year in the coming years also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to present gifts to the dignitaries on the dais. I invite Sri Renji V. Chako, Scientist G and Group Head, Power Electronics Group, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, to hand over the gift. I invite Commodore Sandeep Vadwa, retired Executive Director, Corporate and Government Business, CDAC, to receive our token of gratitude.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sri Krishna Kumar Rao, Scientist G, Hardware Design Group, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, to hand over the gift to Dr. S. Unnikrishnan Nair, former Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Thiruvananthapuram. I invite Sri Unnikrishna Nair sir to receive the gift.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sri Satish Ji, Scientist G and Group Head, Intelligent Transportation and Networking Group, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, to hand over the gift. I also invite Sri Kumar V, Center Head at Tata Elxsi Thiruvananthapuram, to receive our token of gratitude.
Thank you, sir. We shall now take a short tea and networking break for the next 15 minutes. Kindly reassemble afterwards as we continue with the next session.
ലാഗില്ലാതെ ഫാസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് പോകണം. എടാ ഇത് പറയട്ടോ, തുടങ്ങട്ടോ, സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യട്ടോ, സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യും.
We now begin the first technical session of the day titled Innovations in Digital Transformation. The session brings together 5 insightful talks highlighting how AI, IoT, cybersecurity, energy systems, and smart manufacturing are shaping the future of digital transformation. Our first talk will be on leveraging AI, cloud, GIS, and IoT for real-time emergency response and will be delivered by Srimati Sajini T, Scientist E, Emerging Technology Group, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram. With research interest in speech signal processing and cognitive intelligence, she has played a key role in the systems for 16 Indian languages, with her work on Malayalam TTS now deployed in the Bhashani platform. She also leads AI-driven solutions for the NDMA and ERSS, transforming disaster response and emergency services across the country. Madam, we are eagerly waiting to hear your insights. May I now invite Srimati Sajani T to deliver the technical talk. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
തൽക്കാലത്തേക്ക് നെക്സ്റ്റ് പറയട്ടെ അല്ല തൽക്കാലം നെക്സ്റ്റ് പറയട്ടെ പോയിന്റർ വരുമ്പോൾ തൽക്കാലത്തേക്ക് നെക്സ്റ്റ് ചേട്ടാ മൈക്ക് ഓൺ ആക്കണേ.
A very good morning to all. Today the topic assigned to me is emerging technology. How this upcoming technologies like AI, IoT, cloud, and just we are going to leverage this technology for improving the emergency response or preparing the emergency response support system for the future. So before going, I'll just give a brief about what is emergency support system. As you all know, CDAC Trivandrum is coordinating the activity for the nationwide 112 emergency support system. 112, we have a single emergency number 112 to which you can make call for any sort of services. So any like disaster related, for any emergency you can contact 112. So this emergency is now emergency service is now stabilized, and now it is deployed in operationalized in all 36 states in India, states and UT in India, and we have completed almost 6 successful years in operationalizing 112. So what advantage, why we need this, or here you can see the blocks of the emergency support system, and here we have a centralized control center, which is the public safety answering point, which is in every state. And in this state, in this PSAP, the centralized control center, we will be connecting all districts, and that is how they will coordinate the activities from the state center to the district level. So it is like every request that is coming into the system will be reaching in a centralized system, and then in a dispatched in a or transferred, the service is transferred in a decentralized manner. We also have location tracing facilities, so that whenever someone calls into the calls for services, we can immediately identify the location of the person, and without asking them, we can reach the location and provide the services. We also have made or deployed 112 India app for the mobility and outreach of these services. And this system is currently integrated with the police stations, ambulance, fire, disaster response services, other important helplines like women, child, etc., and also to the rescue point. Rescue point means these are the point to which information will be shared, and they will be providing the services. So why we need such a centralized system is like we need to provide a faster response, better coordination, and it has to be citizen friendly, and people must feel free to call at any time to the center. The system must be that much comfortable to the public. That is why I mentioned like citizen centric. And what we have done in addition to this is like over the past, as I earlier mentioned, we have completed 6 years of services using this, and we have a tremendous amount of data in the ERSS domain. So this data, when we check into the ERS system, we don't have any experienced person who stays with the system for more than 3 years. Only the data is the most experienced thing we have with us, which is having the learning of the entire ERS system. So leveraging this system, we have explored the data so much and come up with some insights. This insights and analytics we are currently using in the current system. So these are the things which we have right now in the existing system, and this is completely stabilized, robust system which is capable of handling more than 30 million requests, out of which we are providing in the level of lakhs we are providing services, and the system is currently saving more than thousands of lives. So now coming to why we need this, as you all know this, the Indian population, we know there is a high population density which is just below the China, and you know that the day-to-day crimes are increasing. As you know, the past 4 years, the same crime is not what is happening right now. Then you also know the number of vehicles, it has increased. That means the road accident has increases, and government is very much keen because we have some sustainable goal in which we need to provide complete support for the public, in which we have to assure that no life is lost in any case, like in disaster or in accident. So we have to provide any services which is required. Years it was not like this. Now disaster is happening everywhere. After 2018, landslide also has become common to Kerala, which was not that common till 2018. So such things are happening, and we need to be ready to handle or prepare. We must have some system so that we will be prepared to meet the requirement, the upcoming demands or emergency requirements that is going to come. Apart from disaster, there are different types of services which people has to request. Right now, you know, cybercrime has increased a lot. During 10 to 6, people are requesting more requests are coming related to cybercrime. And this also varies from state to state, and some state during the peak time is like during office hours 2 up to 7 is the peak time of accident. So all these observation we have, and we have to address all this. Demand is increasing, and addressing is very much required, and the system must be robust enough to address all these demanding situations. And now I'll just go through why it is so important. Along with the demand, due to the population increase, due to the vehicle increase, along with that there is another disaster that is causing in the way we behave. Each and every individual has to be responsible, but as you know that we earlier in our age we were able to get some information about what is risk and all. If we see a pool or a lake, we will not jump into that, because we are completely aware that even if we know swimming, we will not able to survive in a very very high speed lake or river or something. So we were a little more aware, but the young generation that is coming, they are learning so much. They used to they are exploring different locations. They go by their own, and they'll find some location, and they'll do what they like, because they know, if they know swimming, if they know, they are familiar with trekking, they'll all do this. But these all are creating some sort of disaster, and what will be the cost also we have to be aware. So in the responsibility of individual is also one factor that is causing so much of cost or critical situation. For example, as you see that a doctor travels for trekking and he dies. The reason is he is a doctor, he knows about dehydration and all the consequences, but still he went for a trekking without preparation. So such things happen it may be of ignorance or something, we cannot comment on that, but we must be aware and we must learn what is the consequence of such things. And these are occurring again, trucking death due to some drowned and death. They go into remote place and the cost of taking this much of resources to this remote area is too much. So after reaching there, they will work for 2-3 days to find out the body. So these are the things happening, and again, unaware about the terrain of the different location. We have, India is having a diverse geographic location, diverse community, diverse population, etc. So what happens is like the geography is, if you are completely unaware of the geography, you are inviting risk. So in Uttarakhand, when we went, they were commenting like they have hilly region in which they have cracks, as we have shown here in this picture. So some people can go inside that and no one will be aware of that. So missing of human is happening, and the police or the law enforcement agency is not able to find out. So these type of risk is, we are contributing this. Apart from this, as you know, we have disaster related events and other type of crimes which is happening, which is to be addressed. So we also now, these are the things. So these are all something which is happening right now. As a futuristic point of view, we need to think how right now it is coming from human is requesting for some sort of services. It can be a police or disaster related services they will be calling. But you also know that there are system like mobile and other devices with us which can initiate emergency requests based on the parameters is learned from the mobile environment. So mobile is always active, and it identifies some emergency situation and it will trigger. So this type of input is also coming into the ERS system, but current our system is also able to handle it. But what is going to be the future? As you all know that humans stopped looking into their surrounding, identifying the terror or identifying the threatening situation. They stopped all this because they are now looking only into one system. So if we come here, what people used to do is they look into the mobile and they'll sit, even if to identify that someone close to you is here, they'll check into the mobile and then they see the status and then realize that someone else is also available. So that it has reached that much that they are not even ready to observe or identify. So police is also telling that this is one of the big issue of creating threatening situation for most of us, because when we walk through the road or some remote area, what we do is we look into the mobile. So this is the situation where the other person can trap you or put into the trouble, because you are not watching. If you are watching, the person who has a wrong intention cannot approach you because you are watching. When you are not watching, they get a gap so that they can attack you. This we are not realizing. We are expecting that someone else will find safer or alert you for that. So what is future is going to be is like, future will be the eye, the ear, the nose, etc. It will not be the sense right now you have is not going to work, because you are now trained to look into only devices and to respond to the commands from the automated systems, AI system. So in future it will be like there will be intelligent system which is going to generate or identify threatening situations and then sense and generate emergency alerts. So for example, right now you all will be aware that smart city, safe city, these are some initiative by government in which they have installed different type of intelligent eye or watching systems, which can identify what is the situation happening there, if there is any type of threatening situation or any type of accident or something is happening. They will be capturing some image and they will understand the situation and they will alert. For example, there will be a surveillance camera if it is a smart city or if it is a smart community, in which community livings area there will be installed camera and other IoT devices which can sense, for example, these type of devices, IoT devices will be installed which can sense this different threatening situations. Like camera will sense the intrusions or if there is any fight or accident, or they can immediately sense that and then alert. Then smart home is there. Smart home means they can identify if fire or something is there, they immediately alert. Then connected vehicle also have in future vehicle will also have capability to communicate each other of each other, and they'll be adjusting just like human. They will be communicating and they will adjust according to that. So in future it is going to be a communication between an organic and an inorganic entity, the organic entity being us and the inorganic entity being the IoT devices and other AI devices, which will be very much closely linked that we will not be able to separate these part from us. So we are going to be we are going to accept the fact that AI and this AI, this inorganic entity is going to be part of our life, and they are going to sense the criticality or sense the different situation, threatening situation or emergency situation for us. For example, if you have a wearable device, this wearable device can sense your body parameters and then identify whether you are okay or not, or in the next 2 days if you are going to have an attack or something. These type of alert they can immediately identify, and then they will be informing it to the next level, so that we can be safe. They can assure we can be so these type of automated communication is what is going to be reaching the emergency response support system. So it is no longer going to be a human initiated thing. So I just kept a image to, this is how it is going to be a crowded thing, so much of signals, and our system has to be capable of handling this much of signals. And so of course, as I earlier shown, a platform like that will not be suitable for handling all these type of requests. We cannot think about a 2 or 3 server for handling this situation. So it has to be a scalable, flexible system which is to be deployed, so that when there is demand, the system has to act, and when there is no demand, the system has to work with the low resource. So it is going to be the cloud that is going to support in the backend, so that it will be scalable and flexible. And we expect that the processing power, whatever requirement, we cannot define it. If it is a disaster related event, at the time of disaster, it is going to be, the requirement is going to be huge, and the system has to address that. So scalable cloud computing system can only address that. The benefit will be like when we switch into the cloud-based architecture, it will be cost effective, and performance wise it will be high, and and the system will have ability to adapt to different situations. If it is like whenever disaster comes, why I'm mentioning about disasters, that is something which you all understand. Disaster comes, a single person or a single official cannot handle that situation. There must be n number of people who joins. It is a collaborative, collective effort to address the disaster related type events. So at that situation, the system has to be scalable, so that everyone can log in and jointly perform the this response to the disaster. Then, so what it is going to be, when as I already mentioned, the signal is going to be so much, and the requirement is also going to be so much, and the input, currently we support 10 mode of input, but in future it is going to increase in different modes. So as and when required, like if you have a mobile, whatever comes in the mobile, that also will be included. If you have another device like an AI pin or something, whatever AI pin gives as an input, that also will be included into the system. So the mode of input that is going to come into the system is also going to increase. So when such things comes, we cannot think about deploying human or trained human in that particular situation to handle all this, we can just think about only automating all this. What is the technology that is going to come, or what is the platform that is going to come? Is like AI agent is going to come, and there will be an automated decision automated system which is capable of taking decision. That is going to be an agentic AI system. Collaboratively they work together to address the situation, and only when required, human will intervene. So human will be there in loop only if it is sufficient. So what it is going to be is like, there will be a AI agent to specific, as I earlier mentioned, there are different mode of input, like it can be a call data, it can be a text data, it can be a IoT initiated data, or it can be like an informative data. So we will identify the task, and or it can be an image which is shared from if I see some terrible scenes, I'll take the image and send it to them. So there will be different agent who will be defined to do specific tasks. There will be image or object detection agent which will just identify what is the criticality of the image which is being shared and whether it has to be addressed immediately or not. So all this input that comes along with the code will be handled by different agents, and collectively this agent input given to a agentic AI. This agentic AI is again going to be an orchestration agent. It will have the capability of thinking. So whatever input that comes from the different agent, like call data, image data, and the historic data, etc., will be collectively taken by the agentic AI system, and then it will decide whether it has to be how it has to be responded, and which all resources has to be initiated or has to be initiated for providing the services. So this is the architecture what it is going to support in future, and this has to be come into a stabilized mode, so that then only we will be able to address all this, because automation, smart, all these things we have gradually started adopting it. Our home has started automation. So in future it is not going to be possible for us to do this manually. So anyway it has to be automated, and the supported platform is only cloud. And now as I earlier mentioned, will not offload all the activities. So if it is like a IoT based sensors which is coming from the different, if it is a smart home, it sends fire alarm, it will decide from there itself, it will decide, and it will locally solve the problem, decide whether it is a critical situation or it is a situation which is to be addressed to for a from a immediate support from the fire station or not. Then it will understand the system, the IoT device will communicate together, and it will understand that this particular situation can be handled locally, and there will be edge processing in which they will locally, whatever that can be handled locally, they will handle it there, and then something which requires more will be processed for or pushed to the next level for higher level of processing and higher level of actions. And then everything will be in cloud. The flexible, we have resources which can be scalable resources, the call takers, etc. Depending upon the demand, the number of call takers can be increased, and these call takers can handle different situation and address the situation. For example, if the call taker has to listen to the call and understand the severity or trivial of the call, so this will be done by an AI agent. Then there will be another AI agent to identify what is the visual shared along with the code, and what is the criticality in the visual, and both this input will be given to the next agentic AI which is having the decision making, and then it will decide what is the response to be given. So this is the architecture in future which we require. And why GIS is like, in future everything is going to be in the spatial visualization platform. For example, right now also this is the map data, whatever emergency in ERSS, whatever emergency responses we are whenever call lands, that will be shown in the GIS, and we also, along with the code, we will also show what are the resources available in the GIS map. This will help the service providers or the decision makers to identify which all resources has to be mobilized for providing the service. Similarly, whenever the call lands, immediately we have provision to get the location. That will help. Without calling the person, we can reach the location. So such facility is right now available. In future, all this come into the GIS platform, and we will be able to more situational awareness. That is, what is the situation? Everything we can understand better when it comes in the this like. So here, the call data, you can see the call data marked here. Vehicle will be reaching the location without even calling them back, or because location will be clearly marked in the map, and the vehicle will be sent to that particular location. And why I showed it here is like, all this is like, we are right now the world is changing too fast, and the attitude and everything of the upcoming generation is also changing very fast. But we cannot we cannot say that this is what it is what is that to be done in future, so that something can be addressed. So this is something recently in Korea. They had some crime happening location. So what they did is like, they just deployed a life-size holographic police officer in the park, so that this presence itself reduced the crime. So this is how, because even though we said that we reimagined the emergency response support system, the actual practical case, something which we have to deploy, or the solution which we have to provide, will be something different based on some situations, based on some nature of the event. So so we cannot define. What I want to tell is that now people have stopped thinking, and I think the dangerous will be a person who can sit and think in future, who can sit and think. And if a person can sit and think and observe right now, currently what it lacks, I have seen that different people, what it lacks is like, people are not able to think. They just write or type prompt on ChatGPT to get some data. They are not at all ready to think. So if you are able to think, then you will be able to give solution in a different perspective, and that will be more effective than what has already proven. So a particular situation, especially for country like India, the terrain is different, people is different, culture is different. So the solution might be something different. You have to observe and think, so that something different will be an effective solution for them. So request all to work on that. And I think again, in future also, if you need, we are going to into a different type of system, in which if you need to get a good response, it will be like, you have to be able to talk with an AI, because finally the system will be an AI, and you have to inform or communicate to the AI, so that you will get a response as you intended. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Our next presentation is titled Cybersecurity Landscape in the Era of AI, ML, and Quantum Computing, delivered by Srimati Rajashree S., Scientist G and Section Head, Cybersecurity Section and Management Information Service, CDAC, Thiruvananthapuram. Madam brings over 33 years of experience across the private, public, and government sectors. Her expertise ranges from software development, turnkey implementations, BFSI rollouts, e-commerce, health technologies, and smart card systems. May I invite Srimati Rajashree S. to deliver the talk.
Good morning, everyone. I actually, this timer is yet to start. I'm supposed to keep a timing of 15 minutes and I'll try to stick by that. I just want to inform all the people in the audience that I have had the opportunity of listening to one of the best speakers in ever lifetime, whom I consider. People of my generation would know there was a sports commentator by the name Dr. Narottam Puri in the time of Doordarshan, okay? Most of you may not have been born at that time. So recently, or maybe 2 to 3 years back, he was given a time of 20 minutes, and the way he managed time, the content, and the presentation, I must say, I consider him as my guru. So I'll try to stick by the time that is given and also try to make my presentation as interesting to all of you. So good morning, everyone. From CDAC, very rarely we have people from outside. But nevertheless, the idea here was to introduce the projects and the work done in CDAC and the landscape or the prospective roadmap of the CDAC initiatives in the various domains. So, representing cybersecurity, it's my pleasure to address you all of you. And we will have, this is the agenda. Can you move to the next slide, please? Yeah. So I'm sorry, this has gone off. Yeah. So the first is the cybersecurity. So what is this? There is some problem here. Just give me a second, please. So anyways, the first agenda, these are the three areas that I'll be talking quickly on. So what is cybersecurity? Need for cybersecurity, nobody needs to be told, but certain perspectives are going to be presented. What are the areas of work which CDAC is currently doing, and what is the way ahead? So these are the three areas. So what is the premise? Next slide, please. So the premise of cybersecurity. So the 21st century, this is the key line that I wanted to bring out. 21st century battles are now being fought digitally, as well as with missiles on land and air. So if you look at the very geopolitical situations in the country or across the globe, you can see that cyber warfare is also used as any other military warfare to bring down services, to hurt people, to bring down, perpetuate terrorism. Yeah. So you are using all kinds of warfare, including cyber warfare. And in the recent past, Ukraine has alleged that Russia hackers were launching a massive attack of denial of service in the government services. The basic entities that normally are targeted are the communication systems, the power systems. If you bring down power, almost everything comes to halt. So it's not the IT systems are at primary interest to them, but ultimately targeting the OT systems, which is basically the power and the communication. This government also claims that Russia has breached its data and also gained sensitive information. So this is something that US claims, which Russia denies. In 2015, a series of power of change. So the Russia-Ukraine wars just emerged for the public domain, but it was always broiling. Okay, so in 2015 also, there were power outages in the Ukraine, which were attributed to the cyber attacks from the Russian GRU intelligence agencies. So this is the global scenario, the geopolitical scenario. Coming to the statistics, a little bit of statistics to understand why we need to be careful about cybersecurity. So the malware attacks has increased to 6.5 billion in 2024. This is the source from the cybersecurity report published by Cisco. And the ransomware payments doubling in 2023 as the report gets published in 2024. Phishing remains relevant threats. Many of us may have been baited to phishing mails and SMSs and WhatsApps. So phishing has surged 260% surge. So 2.6 times it is surged from 2022 to 23. And the cost of the breach, if there was a breach, the cost of the breach was stated to be around 4.88 million in 2024. So every single cost, average cost, organization to organization, it might vary, but the average cost of a breach is supposed to be 4.88 million. This is the global data. Now, if you look at the Indian data, you have a surge in cybercrime estimated at 20,000 crores, driven by brand abuse, speaking as people from ICICI, FGFC, whatever, fake domains, getting links to click on from fake domains, and AI generated content. Okay, so these were the primary statistics. Now a little more statistics from the Data Security Council of India. This is the Indian statistics. Okay, so around 369 million detections have been happening across the country, and 8.44 endpoints. So it could be a mobile, it could be a laptop, it could be a desktop. Okay, endpoints were targeted. And so there, you mean to say that around 700 detections per minute are happening in the country. Now, in case of the industries which are targeted, here the first industry that has been targeted is the healthcare. Normal credit card information of yours may fetch you a spammer or somebody maybe $1 or $5. But your EHR, that is the health record, will cost you $60 per record. So obviously the health domain is a very easy target, very enticing target for the adversaries because it fetches a lot of money. So AIMS ransomware attack is one of the most recent ones, where the entire medical record of the All India Institute of Medical Science has been compromised. So this is 21.82% happening in healthcare and 92.57% happening in hospitality, including hospitals and other facilities that you'll visit, and 17.38 in BFSI. And strangely, in India, BFSI is comparatively less targeted, whereas normally BFSI, the banking financial sector, is the most targeted industry. So the malware attacks are there, the ransomware are there, and we also have the various other aspects. The geographical hotspots as far as the country are concerned, Telangana has 15% of the detections, Tamil Nadu has almost 12%, and if you look at the states, cities, the city of Surat is having almost 15.5%, Bangalore 11.9%, and Jaipur 11.7%. So you can see the hotspots and the pattern of which the people operate here. Now, looking at the spectrum, if you look at 72.5% of the organizations in India, this is very nice figures according to me. 72.5% of the organizations in the country say that we have never been attacked. Maybe they are attacked, they are not aware. That is another part. 17% of the organizations have experienced a cyber attack at least once, and 9% of the organizations have experienced more than one cyber attack every month or every week. And 1.5% have experienced one every 24 hours. So there are very critical sectors, very vulnerable sectors. This is basically the information on the organizations. So basically the attacks can be from phishing, wishing, smishing, and shoulder surfing, lots of social engineering attacks, and malware attacks and ransomware. AI/ML attacks are the new people on the horizon, and this is something which is going to increase astronomically, and this statistics is going to change drastically once AI and ML sets in and even quantum comes in. So software and zero-day vulnerability also have contributed to these attacks. Now you look at the cyber resilience. Cyber resilience is what basically cyber resilience means, that how strong your system is against any kind of attack, and even if at all you are attacked, how quickly you can get back on your feet. What is your business continuity timeline? You have a fall, you cannot avoid, you cannot say I'm 100% cyber proof. If you have a problem, at least when you can come back, how fast you can come back, how much little loss you have incurred, how much data you can recover, all these will add to the cyber resilience capability of a particular organization. So cyber resilience, 69% of organizations say that they don't have any issues, they didn't have any concerns, so nothing has happened in them. 13.2, they have experienced business disruptions, and 6.3 incurred financial losses. 18.6 organizations suffered data loss. So this is a statistics just to show that what is the current trend in the cybersecurity domain. So right now we are pretty good, doing well, but it's hardly any time that entire scenario can change. So basically, what is to be perceived in the next few years? We have AI advanced threats. So AI powered adaptive malware has to be there. Deepfake enabled attacks. So these are the areas of work. I will not spend much time on this. I will move to the other areas because I am already reached half time. Now, going to the core cybersecurity foundation, as per DSCI, these are the things that are to go into the foundation of a cybersecurity organization, any organization cybersecurity. So the threat detection response, the data protection, that is basically how fast you detect a threat and respond to it, how well you protect your data, how is your endpoint security done, how is the cloud security taken care, and what is the level of awareness of your employees. I think there was a phishing mail sent to many of the CDAC employees, which I think in spite of being CDACians, many of us have actually responded to. Just to do, it was a cyber drill, many of us may not have been aware of it, but in spite of being an IT savvy organization, a lot of us have fallen prey to it. So, I'm sorry. Yeah. So the next slide, Cybersecurity Foundation. Are we in the second slide? Yeah. Thank you. So the threat detection response is one area where CDAC Trivandrum is working in. The endpoint security is green there because we have some work in IoT security. We are also working in device monitoring as a part of SOC. We are also into cloud security, where we are basically into security services integration with the perspective of being a consultant for facilitating organizations to look at their security posture, how well they are doing the cyber security, how resilient the systems are. So these are the activities, the green ones are the activity areas for CDAC Trivandrum. And the advanced cyber security measures that any organization should adopt is basically, as per DSCI, the zero trust architecture, that means trusting no one. Everyone is likely to be a culprit. And the network security, various using of advanced firewalls, intrusion detection systems, etc. The 24/7 monitoring, which CDAC is doing for itself and also for the organizations outside the critical infrastructure of the country. The threat intelligence is another area, and also regulatory compliance. So now these are the areas. Have you moved to the next slide? Advanced security measures, thank you. So the network security is one area where we work. We are basically currently focusing on the network security orchestration and management. Our capabilities, which we have developed by developing a network management orchestration facilities, have evolved and brought us and matured us to work on quantum networks, IoT networks. So this is the network security area that CDAC Trivandrum is currently working on. We are also working on SOC operations. As all of you know, we have a SOC in this building where we are taking care of around 7 clients. The IT, basically the critical infrastructure. You have the seaports, the airports, the oil industry, the energy industry, all of them being taken care of. So critical infrastructure of the organization, of the country, are basically, these organizations find a lot of trust in bringing their, opting for the services in CDAC. And also we help in regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance by doing auditing. We audit the IT infrastructure, we audit the OT infrastructure, and it's not just necessarily OT, is not just from CDAC, cyber security group, but our CIG is also doing it. We're also into, we did the Election Commission of India is always something that we like to boast of. The 2024 election, the IT infrastructure was audited by CDAC. We have been the auditors for the past 3 years. We are still continuing being their auditors. They have this trust in CDAC so far. So we are proud to say that. And also, there are other regulatory organizations, like for example, UIDI, the Aadhaar. So if your product or your service has an integration with Aadhaar, we need to do certain compliances. So those compliances are also there. So Hyderabad Center, which is the authorized CDAC Center for Compliance, is helping us with the certification, and we are also doing the auditing from CDAC Trivandrum. Now the CDAC story. Now I'll quickly take you not just the CDAC initiatives, but the entire gamut of portfolio of CDAC centers across. See, cybersecurity, I think I can confidently say, is one portfolio where every center of CDAC is working. Every center of CDAC is working in quantum communication, post-quantum cryptography, trusted platforms. We have some trusted tokens, Vega-based secure dongles are there. So a lot of TPM, HSM hardwares are there. You have an asset management and asset discovery system, which is basically from CDAC Bangalore. We have critical infrastructure. Again, the most easily targeted infrastructure is going to be the critical infrastructure, which includes the power, the telecom. So there are a lot of activities happening into the SCADA threat monitoring and so on. And organizations improve their security posture, improve their cyber resilience. And we also have various, we work on standards and test beds in various areas, including BIS, ISO, and SCADA's assessment framework. We have a national blockchain framework, of course, as I mentioned. And we also do a lot of capacity building. Capacity building can be in 2 ways. One is in the infrastructure, another in the training. In infrastructure, what we do, or what we have done from CDAC Trivandrum, is we have built something which we call as an NCCC Phase 1. The National Cyber Coordination Committee had a plan to bring in cyber threat intelligence collection and logs to be collected in various centers. So we were part setting up the data center, the log collectors, setting it up across the country in various places. So we were part of the NCCC Phase 1. We were also part of the NCCC Phase 1 Stage 2. So that was a hardware part or the infrastructure part. We also have done capacity building. The STDC is doing capacity building in cybersecurity and forensics for the corporates, for the individuals. We are also having the ISEA program across the country run by almost many of the centers are part of it. Products, many of them are NTI. Ensure that your network has high availability and high throughput. You can also have, for example, I am an IB agent or RAW agent, I am traveling, I go to a hotel, I want a secure connection to my closed user group, which is my headquarters maybe. I can connect a small form factor device which I am carrying with me into my hotel network and get a secure connection. So this is one of the advantages of the Darpan virtual network solution. And it is also that there is a network virtualization of a network device, basically saying that you can configure the edge device as a firewall, as a switch. So any of the hardware that you have, if the hardware has the capability to scale up to a firewall, you can configure it from a central server. So suppose you have a wide area network where you are deploying this SD-WAN solution, and there are remote rugged locations, for example, Northeast. Not every place a technician or a service engineer can go. You can pre-configure it as a particular device, plug it into there, just plug and play. And when you want to reconfigure it, you can just push the configurations, the settings from the central server. So these are the various activities. I was actually allotted 20 minutes initially, so this is as per that. Okay, so I'll just quickly run through the activities of CSOC, which we would like to call as CSOC. The Security Operations Center, the audit I have mentioned before, the certification facilitations that we do, the incident response. I would say that a lot of incidents gets reported. One of the incident was the Western Grid getting attacked, depending upon the geopolitical situations, the time, the election time, various times of the Republic Day, a SOC provider, but they come to us when they have incidents. So we go to the root cause of that, try to tell them that this is how they have tried to penetrate your system, this is the vulnerability that you have to fix, and this is how you can improve your security posture. So that is the incident response. Cybersecurity drill is basically like how I said, somebody, it was not from our center or from Trivandrum, but I think from the CISO office, that a spam or a phishing mail was sent to you, and many of us have fallen bait to it. So that is the cybersecurity drill part. So we also do that kind of drills. We as a part of the SOC team activities. So we have a lot of customers. I'm not going into that. I think I mentioned many of them in my previous thing. The picture that you see there, the photograph, is of a SOC. So this is the SOC that is manned. Some of our colleagues from SOC is here already. It's a 24/7 managed center. It has, of course, technical challenges, and it has got also administrative challenges of ensuring that manpower is safe, the lady staff, there are a lot of people coming. So a lot of things are there apart from the technical challenges also to be managed here. Now we also go into the various options that is already discussed, so I wouldn't take. So some research activities are also there in this CyberSOC, CSOC activities, where we are working on malware analysis, darknet threat intelligence, and attack surface monitoring. Attack surface monitoring is one of the areas that we would like to pursue in our 5-year roadmap, and we wanted that AIML facilitated systems monitor our systems so that automatically systems are brought down or networks are segregated and so on and so forth. Now we come to the managed security services. So what you see there in the top three, the 24/7 monitoring, the incident response, and analysis and advisory go by default to all our SOC clients. The bottom three are optional services. Client can come and choose security audit, attack surface monitoring, cyber security drills. So this is there, and with this we intend to do detect, protect, and mitigate the activities. The managed security services, we are also offering consultancy services. We do cyber security drills, security audits. So these are the few of the country. So we do an ATM security audit. We do compliance audit for the statutory regulatory organization. The Central Electricity Authority as a statutory body is bringing out a lot of guidelines. So that will be a lot of OT part of it, which I think CIG will be taking care. And we are basically taking care of the IT part of it. We are also doing software testing. We have started this activity as a part of the Employees Provident Fund project of CDAC Pune. We are working as a third-party tester. So we do all kinds of testing, from the GUI to the application, the white box, the black box, the performance testing, how much, what is the turnaround time the application takes when the number of users increase, and basically what is the load and what is kind of the scalability, how to, whether this particular application that you can be scaled to the number of users that you're perceiving right now, and so on and so forth. And we have also a lot of automation testing capabilities. So with this, we intend to bring it into a more active way for the future also. Now we also have something called the ARIS, Digital Risk Monitoring System, basically phishing domains, subdomains, information, defacement, social media analyzer, and malware. Now in the phishing domain or this disk risk monitoring software, the tool that we have developed, it's a very nascent stage and it's evolving. What we propose to give is that we can actually find out what are the possible phishing names. ICICI Bank, spelled differently. How many such domains are there? Give a report to the client so that they can take necessary action, that their customers don't fall prey to these kind of activities. Then again, you may not be, for example, in CDAC itself, we have hundreds of subdomains which we have forgotten. We have created it for some project, it is forgotten. It is a possible vulnerable area for a person to enter. We also have a lot of social media analyzers to be part of this tool, where it will be basically at checking, you have a lot of fake messages coming in, whether that content is genuine or not, what is the origin of this. By the origin of it, we should be able to advise whether this is a genuine content or not. And also examining digital resources across the website, the malware, etc. So this is another work that we are doing. The next is cyber security in network secure orchestration. I will actually explain maximum through this slide, and then maybe go to few slides which are required. So you are almost relieved, okay? So we are working on various areas. Currently we are working, the first thing is written out here is a 5G core. So you may be aware of the 5G, there are private 5G providers, I heard. I don't know how many of you have the opportunity to work on that, but there are 5G providers. So we basically, as simple in a very layman terminology, you can say, I don't have to have a SIM of an Airtel or a any Geo for that matter. I can have a SIM branded CDAC, and I can have a private 5G in CDAC. Okay, so this ideally is a use case maybe in coal mines where you don't have a typical 5G or a normal network availability. They are best people to use this when any place where you have a close user group where you can't trust people from other resources to get. So we are working on a India open source project, a 5G. This is a consortia project from the Indian Institute of Science and IIT Delhi and CDAC Trivandrum. We are working on the 5G core and the network management orchestration part of it. So this is basically our contribution. Now what we propose to do is bring out something like a Linux foundation, that is an iOS MCN foundation, where we will be able to percolate the software further and work further onto it, not just stopping at 5G, but going 6G and beyond. So that is one area of work that we are doing. Then we are also working into software-defined quantum key distribution. As I told, we are actually working on network management orchestration. So now we are looking at the quantum key distribution in a PQZ era. Okay, so what happens is how securely you can transfer your keys will be of detrimental, because mostly all the keys will be decryptable. There's no key that can be non-decryptable in those eras as of now. So how securely you can transfer the key across the network is what you will be able to define right now. So that is one part of the work that we are doing. As a part of SD-WAN, I said we were working on network function virtualization. We are also working on IoT network. So there is a huge project of the government of India called KILA. We are part of that project. So we have IoT network security. We also have autonomic network management. We have a product called Darpan, which I mentioned in the beginning. So Darpan is one product which we are proud to say, like how we say about Election Commission of India audit services. We are equally proud to say about Darpan, because it is a product which CDAC can very trustfully say that it is an industry grade product. It has been there from 2006, evolved over the years. Now we have the data center version, the enterprise wide. So basically what happens, you have a network across the country. For example, a bank, it has a headquarters in Delhi and it has various zonal offices, branch offices. So you have an enterprise wide. So it is a network operation center management tool. Network operation centers can use this tool to visualize your network, understand what is how healthy your network, where it needs care, where it needs attention. Now, I think I have mentioned most of it, and we have a lot of clients, good clients here. Most of our clients have come through references from the existing clients. So that I think is actually speaking about our project and product for itself. So this is the Darpan. It has a lot of features. I'm not going into it. I can see a lot of people are distracted. So this is how we evolved from 2006 to 2007. So what we are targeting in the next 5 years or next 2 years at least is that we will reach a level 4 autonomy in the Darpan network management orchestration, imbibing AI ML components, so that the network management current Darpan is further enhanced to meet the new requirements of the industry. So these are the various evolutions of Darpan. I'm not taking much time. So this is the screen of Darpan for anybody who's familiar with NOC, Network Operations Center. You must have seen this. This is the Darpan BNS that I've told about, where you can carry a small device and plug to your, this is the SD-WAN solution. And there again, you have the SDN-based QKD network stack. So we are working the quantum part. In the title of the project, we mentioned the landscape and the quantum. So this is one part of the quantum work that we are proposing to do. There again, I mentioned the 5G project. This is the 5G project. So it will help people to deploy 5G, private 5G quicker. This is what our expectation and objective is. So there are various components of 5G which may be within paucity of time. So what happens is I'm just closing my presentation. As per DSCI again, enhancing critical infrastructure security protection. Critical infrastructure protection is the first thing that they say everybody is do. So we are working a lot of things doing this. We are also having the SOC, we are building tools to ensure that the critical infrastructure, any threats are there, it is automatically brought down. The developing strong national cybersecurity defense framework is another thing that DSCI has said. So we have such plans in CDAC Trivandrum as well as in CDAC, all the centers, and also fostering international cooperation using multiple capabilities in multiple places. We should be able to come across into the global cybersecurity scenario. So this is the, sorry, something happened now. Yeah, so I think I'll close by this. So a lot of work is proposed. I had few more slides on the cybersecurity roadmap, but I think it is better to keep the roadmap as confidential as possible. But we have very clear idea of what exactly we should do, the tools, the augmentation, the services, how exactly we should be proceeding ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you.
അടുത്ത സ്വിച്ച് ചെയ്തിട്ടെ ടൈമർ അവിടെ തന്നെ വെക്കാൻ പറയാം.
we would like to present mementos to our speakers. I invite Sri Vinay Oja, Senior Director Sales, SECON, to hand over the gift. I invite Srimati Rajashree S, Scientist G, Cybersecurity Section, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, to receive our token of gratitude. I invite Srimati Sajni T, Scientist E, Emerging Technologies Group, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, to receive our token of gratitude. Madam, please. Our next talk will be on smart energy systems and IoT in sustainable infrastructures, delivered by Sri A.B. Joseph, Scientist G, Power Electronics Group, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram. With over 25 years of distinguished service, he has spearheaded several national initiatives in power electronics, advancing technologies in high power converters, power quality and microgrid systems. An alumnus of Mahatma Gandhi University and the University of Kerala, he is currently pursuing his PhD at IIT Palakkad, continuing his impactful contributions to India's power system and power systems research and innovation. We are honored to have him with us today. I invite Sri A.B. Joseph to deliver the talk. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Swaram, for providing this opportunity. So today I am planning to present briefly about the trends or advanced trends that's happening in energy sector. So we generally call it a smart grid or smart energy systems and things like that. So basically an energy infrastructure allows us to control time by extending the daylight, manipulate space by supporting transportation, and master climate by heating and cooling, and also many things can be done by power. So whenever we talk about energy, see, finally we attribute everything to electrical energy. Because it has its own advantages in many forms. So without the energy source or energy infrastructure, humanity might have tethered to sun's cycle and planet's raw untamed forces. So that is from that statement itself we can understand that what kind of influence that electrical infrastructure has done to the humanity. So basically electricity, if you see, electricity fundamentally reshaped the energy requirements of humankind. In fact, I have given a chart here, so which shows the generation that is means the trend in generation from power generation from different sources. It's from coal, from solar, from hydro, from natural gas. And in that diagram you can see the energy requirements of the world mostly being addressed by the coal power plants, thermal power plants, and the natural gas power plants. And now in the recent years it's coming the renewable energy renewable energy is becoming more popular. So the important thing is that electrical energy shifted the energy usage from mechanical and thermal energy, because it has it can be easily transported to different locations in a cleaner form. That is the basic advantage of electrical energy. It can be transported, so you know, the transmissions and the distribution networks. Then it has caused a lot of industrial impact. The point is that it is a kind of circular one. So whenever the impact is increasing, new forms of requirements are also coming. So it can be domestic life cycle transformation, and then new types of demands are coming. Urbanization is happening. Then transportation is another area where we have seen a surge of electrical energy usage. Then it has environmental and global generally the environmental impact, all those things needs to be considered actually when you see the electrical network or electrical energy technology. Now, there is something happening like energy transformation. So why this energy transformation is happening is because we know that the power demand or demand for energy is increasing like anything. But at the same time, we know that all these fossil fuel based power plants are a lot of pollution is there, which needs to be kind of tamed. So basically, combating climate change is one of the driving force behind transformation of the energy infrastructure. Then actually it has to become the backbone of economic growth and job creation. Then security, access to energy or energy security is something that is to be considered. Then conservation of the finite resources, that means the fuel, the natural fuels or fossil fuels, they are not infinite source of power, but they are finite sources of power. So we have to conserve the finite sources of energy. So actually, if you see, inspired by industry 1.0 evolution model of the industrial revolution, energy has also got a evolution model. So energy 1.0 was still maybe like maybe up to 1970s, I think. During that time we were using fossil fuels. In fact, the energy infrastructure started building in the mid 1800s. Then after that there was a huge growth of energy generation. In the second phase of this energy transformation, that is energy 2.0, then the basic thing that has happened is deregulation and liberalization. The state owning the electrical infrastructure, it got changed. That perspective got changed. People, private players entered into the this scenario. And then in India, later in 2003, we had an India Electricity Act, which is basically driving almost every technical development that is happening in the electrical technology domain in India. In Energy 3.0, the concept of smart grid entered into so it got importance. And then also the initiation of renewable energy. So large scale integration of wind and solar happened in this during this phase up to 2010 to 2020. That is how they are showing the timeline. And then to cater, the state started National Smart Grid Mission to support this activity. That is the smart grid developments as well as the renewable integration. Now in the Energy 4.0, the digitization is what is becoming the backbone. Why? Because when the amount of renewable resources integrated into the grid became so large, the kind of unpredictability or kind of intermittency of the energy created a lot of issues for the system operator or the power system operator. So again, the consumers became prosumers. They are making energy at their own premises and sending back to the grid. The energy network, from a passive network, it got transformed into an active network where bidirectional flow of energy started happening. Then actually to control in such, this posed a lot of challenge and control challenges to the technology community basically. So actually that has created integration of IoT, AI, blockchain, energy management systems, all those things. So many of these things we know by working in different projects, but I'm just trying to combine it together and to present it together. So, so in India also, basically a huge target of renewable capacity integration is planned. Presently, we are about 250 gigawatt of renewable integrated into our grid, which is about 40% of our installed capacity. So that shows how this intermittent or unpredictable energy component is there on the grid. So that which requires a lot of control aspects to be, or control, real-time control requirements to be achieved. Now, the key features of smart energy system, if you see a modern energy system, as I mentioned before, you will see a lot of integration of renewable energy into the grid. Then smart grids with bidirectional energy flow, I just mentioned that. Then you need to have a lot of energy storage elements, like your battery energy storage system or pumped hydro. So energy needs to be stored because your primary sources are fluctuating in nature. So you need to have a kind of energy storage to stabilize the grid. Then demand, and more than that, you need to control the demand also, not only the generation, but the demand also you need to control according to the availability of the power. Then actually, since the electric vehicle integration is happening in a very fast or in a large scale, then the surge of power requirement is also very high. So that challenge has to be addressed. Then efficiency has to be improved. See, the modern smart energy system aims at 20% improvement of overall improvement of the energy transmission and distribution. Then decentralized generation is another thing. So we are familiar with the centralized energy generation, that you have a central generator sitting at a remote place and sending power to different locations. Instead, on the load centers also you are generating in small amount. That is called decentralized generation, which also requires a lot of technology to be integrated actually. Then real-time monitoring and predictive maintenance is another area to be worked out to keep our electric grid resilient, and the availability has to be ensured. Now, the technology drivers, if you ask, then they are advanced sensing and measurement in smart grid or smart power system or smart energy infrastructure. You have many sensors which are realizing the modern challenges. So smart meters are one. Then phasor measurement units, sensors, different type of sensors, and real-time data acquisition. All these things are very much required. Then power electronics is another major area where we have to focus. Cyber security solutions, a connected system now. So the data breaching has to be avoided. So cyber security is very important. Vehicle to grid and storage services. The energy stored in vehicle can be used for the at a later stage for the energy demands. Communication technologies, renewable energy integration, digital twin, artificial intelligence, and data analytics is another. These are another modern areas that is coming into power system arena. Because digital twins and artificial intelligence helps you to manage the system in a better way, in a real-time management or power scheduling. And in fact, the digital twins help you to go for predictive maintenance of the system, so that before failure itself, some of the systems, the failure can be predicted and it can be corrected. So the resiliency of the grid will be very high by putting all this, or by using all this technology. Now, decentralized microgrid is another smart energy system where you will have small load clusters using power generated in the local area, maybe from solar or from microhydel or from biomass or something like that. So globally, these are the trends or these are the technologies that are being worked out for achieving the smart energy systems. Now, if you ask me, then actually this is a block schematic diagram. So you have generation facilities, storage facilities, then transmission, distribution, and then load centers. So I mentioned about the demand control, where the load needs to be controlled. And then to integrate all these things, you need different types of IoT technology, IoT devices, and communication infrastructure. This is the idea. So things become highly interconnected and integrated. Now, what is the future? So there is a concept called Internet of Energy, IOE, the digital transformation of power system, where generation, transmission, distribution, storage, and consumption of electricity are interconnected through IoT, AI, cloud computing, and blockchain. Now, see, if you see what are the basic technologies that are going to come, AI-driven autonomous grids are going to come, net zero energy buildings and load clusters. That means the overall energy consumption and local generation, if you see that, it will become net zero, so that the carbon emission targets that the country has set can be achieved in a better way. Sustainable energy communities, hydrogen hubs, that is another point I forgot to tell you. So hydrogen is going to revolutionize the energy sector, because it will help you to store energy, transport energy, and use it in an efficient manner, in a clean and green manner, basically. So then another idea that is coming up is fusion plus renewable plus storage. That is also another long-term vision that is there in the the energy or electrical technology community. Now, if you ask me what is happening in CDAC, so I haven't see many of these technologies we have attempted in different means projects and all, but generally now energy is one of the main mission vertical of CDAC, and in the next phase of national mission program that is happening in Power Electronics Group of CDAC, we are trying to address this particular domain by addressing these three areas, that is grid scale power electronics, because power electronics is one of the driver technology for integration of storage and generation. Then energy storage based grid services for future grid, where it will be focusing on the integration. That means the energy storage, green hydrogen, then exascale compute system. That is another area that we have recently identified, where the power requirements are very high, the reliability levels required are very high, and we have to ensure that the availability is also very high. So this is another area we have to work, where you have to have a mix of generation power sources, then renewable energy with storage, and then another area is advanced cyber physical system for electrical energy infrastructure, where we will be working on SCADA systems, real-time simulation, digital twin I was mentioning, then smart meter and other advanced analytics using smart meter and cyber security measures. These are some of the areas that we have identified as areas to be addressed through different projects, mission activities, so that it can support the advancement of our national energy infrastructure. So basically, from blue to green, that means electricity network must evolve to be resilient, renewable driven, and resource efficient. That is the base. That is basically the concept of smart energy for the general perspective about the smart energy. So yeah, thank you very much for a patient listening. I think it's a very vast area. I tried to just highlight some of the points, some of the areas where we are also working in some of the areas. From those under basic understanding only, I just prepared this presentation. Hope some of you might have benefited through this presentation. Thank you very much.
Sir, I kindly request you to stay back. To present the speaker with a memento, I invite Anjali Sinha, Seeker Networks India Private Limited, the title sponsors of INNOVISTA 2025. Our next presentation is on cognitive industrial automation for smart manufacturing, delivered by Sri Jerry Daniel J, Scientist G and Group Head, Control and Instrumentation Group, CDAC, Thiruvananthapuram. With over 28 years of association with CDAC, he has been leading teams in designing and implementing advanced automation solutions for industrial and agricultural applications. Control and Instrumentation Group has been developing advanced automation products addressing the needs of the industry for enabling cognitive smart manufacturing. Under his guidance, the group is currently working in the areas of artificial intelligence, machine learning, industrial IoT, augmented reality, virtual reality, digital twins, autonomous vehicles, vehicular communication systems, OT security, and design of automation systems for industrial and agricultural applications. I now invite Sri Jerry Daniel J. to deliver the talk.
So, very good morning to everyone. So, first I wish to thank the organizers for organizing a wonderful event here. It should happen at least once in 2 years, because we should need to understand each other and to tell the world that what we are developing and what we are working on. So, today my talk will be basically on cognitive industrial automation, some concepts, and then we will move on to the products and solutions which we are working on. So, moving to the presentation. So, basically the topic is on cognitive industrial automation for smart manufacturing. Next slide, please. So, I will be, if you see on the left hand side, I will be talking about the technology, basically on cognitive industrial automation, the drivers for cognitive industrial automation, the features, where the market is moving on the industrial automation area, then the evolution of manufacturing systems, autonomous and cognitive manufacturing, the differences, then the capabilities and other things, and some key technologies we will be highlighting on cognitive industrial automation. And on the right hand side, you have the list of products and solutions which my group has been involved for the past maybe 4 to 5 years, where we are moved from the normal domain to a digital domain. Okay. So, basically we are fully entrenched in the fourth evolution of industrial automation. That is what we call as Industry 4.0. So, if you can see, we moved down from water and steam, that is Industry 1.0, where steam was used for production, and then we move on to planned assembly lines, where assembly lines were there and electricity was used to drive the assembly lines for manufacturing products. And later we moved on to computer technologies, where computers were used in enormously, controllers were used to automate products, automate processes, and technologies were used, advanced technologies were used in those domains. So we moved on to Industry 3.0. We call it as computerization of the industry as such. Next, now we are fully in the Industry 4.0, where we are moving towards cyber physical systems. So basically we are using most of the systems or solutions used by the IT industry, or the IT applications, like the buzzwords like big data, the predictive analysis, cognitive computing, and cyber physical systems, and robotics and other stuff, which are predominant in the IT domain, has moved on to the OT domain also. And also we have facing a lot of issues, challenges are there because acceptance was very less, but still the industrial automation has moved towards Industry 4.0 and we are fully entrenched into that. So what is cognitive automation? Cognitive automation as such uses AI, ML techniques and perform tasks that normally require human intervention. So previously the tasks were done with the help of humans. Humans, we call it as people who are monitoring the system, operators or supervisors who are doing the function. So the expertise of them were involved in doing any products or solutions are manufactured from the industry. But the world has moved from that domain to AI based. So artificially we are able to, using AI and ML techniques, we are able to see systems, analyze data and do other things. And the second thing is it allows machines to use structured data or unstructured data to make decisions on the systems and do some autonomous and intelligent tasks. Then it is using technologies to enhance smartness in the system via automation, adaptability, sustainability, and resilience. So in the nutshell, the system is powered by IoT, AI, cyber physical systems, big data, cloud computing, blockchain, etc. So what it gives a lot of benefits out of it. It gives automation as such. It gives cost effectiveness. It gives leanness basically. Flexibility, adaptability, sustenance, reliance. So these are very big buzzwords which are happening in the smart manufacturing domain. So what is driving the cognitive automation field? Basically, we are looking at AI, the more usage of AI, technology, communication technologies, 5G, 6G has been moved into the automation, which is driving the innovations in the cognitive automation. And as such, there is a lot of competition globally. So people are adapting new technologies and other things. And if we want to stay ahead of the competition, we need to adapt those technologies. So that is the thing. The third thing is the cost efficiency. So if you want to do anything better than others, you need to have cost optimization. Right from if you want to manufacture smartphones to any big devices, or maybe you're manufacturing a bigger fighter jets or something, the world is more towards cost optimization. Who is giving better quality at low cost has better advantage. Then we are having other issues also, like regulatory issues and compliance, because when the world is moving towards the OT is embracing the IT concepts, we need to address the security challenges. So IEC 62443 is a Cyber Resilience Act to adopt secure design principles for automation system. So it talks about OT security and IC security as such. And there are skilled workforce shortages, and we need to fill that gaps very easily. So automation will continue to give a solution, and we need to develop these solutions in an energy efficient way. So the key features will be basically self-learning. So if we look at the previous systems, they were just doing the task which is assigned to it. It doesn't change over a period of time. Now what we have to do, we will adapt from the environment, learn from the process, learn from the devices. So we do have self-learning machines with AI/ML technologies. And we have real-time monitoring based on the inputs from IoT and sensors. Take the inputs, monitor the system. And previously we used to go for maintenance. Maintenance happens when there's a breakdown. Okay. So one of my bosses used to tell this story. So when you drive a car, how do you drive? See, you drive a car, you see on the front, right? You see whether there is an obstruction going to come or any vehicle is going to cross. But and you try to plan it a priori, saying that we want to stop it before that. But what happened in the previous systems? We were doing in the rear view mirror. Are you driving with a rear view mirror? No, right? We get data from the historical data. We try to do all these things based on that. Now the things have changed, that if you want to do some maintenance or predictive maintenance, you need to think forward. Based on the current data, what will happen maybe after 1 hour, or maybe after 1 day, or maybe after a week or month. So that type of predictive maintenance has to be there, so that the equipments can be isolated, they can go for predictive maintenance and better utilization can be achieved. And we need to have adaptive production, because production goes on changing. The needs of the consumer goes on changing. You cannot have the same assembly line for today and forever. Previously it was like that, because the changing patterns are there. Okay. So basically, if you see, traditional automation usually does what the human does, using robots and other things, and it cannot defect detects automatically. So using cognitive automation, we can check the quality in real time and predicts all the behavior of the system, and system adapts itself. So this is an adaptable system which we are doing. So if you take an example of a food factory, if you are making a biscuit or something, if you have a maintenance production system, if you can have sensors at different location, we can avoid wastages. So we can predict the quality of the biscuits, and it can, before even that is being produced, we can adjust the temperature. We can predict what will be the outcome if I maintain this temperature and other things, the speed, and this error correction a priori saves a lot of time as well as a lot of production wastages. So if you see the automation market growth, basically it is driven by AI. So AI, if you say the AI in manufacturing is going to go, as per the survey of markets, it is going to go up to $47 billion. And edge computing, which is an important thing for an AI-based IoT-based computing, will go up to $44 billion. And the AI-based predictive maintenance, which is very crucial for any smart manufacturing, will go up to 1.69 billion. And we have a digital twin. I will talk about it in further slides, which will go up to $9.78 billion. So that is the world market growth. So if we see, we'll talk about smart manufacturing. So when we started in Industry 1.0, so we have limited, if I told, no, we are using steam and to power the engines and things. So there was little integration across all platforms and things. It was operating in silos, and there were limited operation efficiencies and cost also. Then we moved on to the next phase, where we looked at the quality, time and flexibility of the system, where we moved on to systems run by electrically driven, electrical drives came in the picture, and we delivered faster and better products. And the third industrial revolution, as I told earlier, it was basically on computer integrated manufacturing, where we have SCADA systems for doing all these things. And now we are entrenched in the cognitive manufacturing domain. So we talk about smart manufacturing and cognitive manufacturing. So if the emphasis is basically on autonomy and heterogeneity and mass production and decentralization. Basically, it can produce on its own many things, and use AI, IoT and cloud technologies for doing all these things. And it integrates a physical and digital world, and it's a reconfigurable and adaptable thing, and transform a digitally enabled environment for operations. So the basic idea is to use advanced technologies for AI, big data and cognitive computing to create systems to do complex systems. So if you see the basic difference between autonomous manufacturing was long in the history, from industry 2.0 to 2.3.0 it was there. But if there is any fault in the system, in a nutshell you can say, the system has to be stopped, it has to be isolated, and there will be production wastages and other things. But if in cognitive manufacturing, you can have predictive maintenance, you can have reasoning whether the way the sensor is going into faulty, and you can easily isolate the things and react appropriately and have solutions which can be better. So basically the capabilities of cognitive manufacturing system will be have a perception. So now the system understands the environment better, and it can operate accordingly, recognize the needs, events that are happening into that, and it takes decisions basically based on AI based solutions or ML based solutions, and it can do reactions a priori that to unforeseen events that can happen in the future. So these are the technologies which it is not the full things, but some of the technology which can enable cognitive automation. Digital twin. What is a digital twin? Digital twin is basically a virtual representation of the physical thing. Suppose you have a motor running, and if you want to have the parameters seen and how it is functioning, you need to have a virtual replica of that. Okay. Nowadays we have all these things, but it doesn't have the sensor values. If you integrate that into that, what we can do some analysis on that. We can do some predictive maintenance. See, I am seeing this is the temperature variation which is going on, and I am doing this is the current it is taking, and what will happen in the future. Okay, I can give some program values and I can run the model and see what it is performing. So basically it is used for simulation, training and predictive analysis, and it reduces the deployment and risks involved. Then industrial robotics. Robotics is not new to us, but robotics has to work in collaboration with the humans. It is called cobots. Basically, humans and robots can work together in industrial environment. Then comes the augmented and virtual reality, right? So what is, you have seen augmented reality, it's not new to us. Virtual reality headsets are available. But if you want to work in industrial environment, you need to have more inputs from the devices, inputs from what we see. and inputs which we don't see also has to be given as inputs to them. In the using AR VR technologies, it can be used for training, it can be used for maybe daily jobs, it can be used for training workers and other stuff like that. And it can be used to optimize human resources also. And we have AI and IoTs are integral part of the cognitive automation. All the devices, most of the things are IoT enabled devices now coming into the market. And another crucial thing is computer vision. Okay, so if you have the human eye, I can see something and visualize something, right? But it is very difficult using a camera to visualize something. You need to have algorithms, models, and other stuff like that to improve on that. Okay, so it has to get data from other sources also. See, it cannot decide on the own. It needs to have depth information. Sometimes you have to use LiDAR and maybe some force sensors. We have to use IMUs and stuff like that. Okay. So it's basically a fusion of computer vision and sensors helps you to do better jobs in the company. Then we'll have edge computing. So most of the things are done in the edge computing device. So now I'll touch upon some of the products, and the products have been displayed in our stall. You can always have visit to that. We have an industrial vision sensor. This is basically for computer vision, and it is based on a CMOS technology, and it has two variants. One, it can be used as a camera, or it can be used as a smart camera. Smart camera means it can make its own decisions and it does some operations. Okay, so we have developed all the things in-house, and this platform is developed and technology has been already transferred, and we have a graphical programming interface to program these products, and all the operations have been done. And we have developed some few applications based on the product we have developed. This is an online, we see on the screen, it's an online sugar crystal characterization system, which we have deployed in two sugar industries. One is in EAD Pari, another is in Balrampur Chini mills in UP. So basically what it does, it takes the input from the sugar crystallization pan. So crystallization is an important process. Whatever we get in our house as a crystals as a sugar is a very important process that happens in a sugar plant. So during the process, the sugar crystal size has to be maintained, and the mean or average size of the crystal has to be maintained. The variance has to be maintained. Okay. So what we have done an automated system, fully automated, but the main thing is this is fully controlled by a camera. Okay, there is no other system is there. So camera takes the input from, it gives a control to take the input from the sugar crystallization pan. You can see it has been installed in one sugar plant. It is taking the syrup. It sees on a glass this thing how much the crystal has been done. Then it flushes back into the pan. So it's a fully automated system where we will see the sugar crystal distribution process has been done. Okay. And the second one is a rail track monitoring alert system, which we have deployed for Konkan Railways in one of the tunnels. So as you know, the Konkan Railway is very much prone for landslides. Okay, especially during the rainy season, is very much prone to landslides, and also falling off other trees and other stuff like that. So we have done a system basically and we have deployed it in one tunnel. It's called Duxon Tunnel. And basically what it does, it sees the objects which is falling on the rail track and it differentiates these things, and it sends alerts to the, basically we can see there is in the image that is seeing, even humans also it can detect. Okay, but it is very challenging. It looks very straightforward, but it is very challenging when there is rain. If there is a rain, then all the objects look same, because it's very difficult to differentiate, because we are using a thermal camera for that. So every object will have the same temperature, almost same temperature. So it's very difficult to distinguish. So we have developed a lot of AML models. We have trained those systems and we have improved the accuracy more than 85% in a rainy season at least. In summer it is 100% and other seasons is 100%, but in the rainy season we have improved up to 85% of sensing. So whenever there is a landslide or whenever there is the human crossing or the animal crossing is there or tree fall is there, it is detecting with good accuracy, and this has they have told us we should deploy in other locations also. The third product we are having is on the AR system, augmented reality based one, and this is basically used for training the Navy officers. So we have supplied this to Indian Navy Signal School, Kochi. And basically what we see here in this is the equipments they use. Normally what they will do, they will come near the equipment, they have to be trained individually, right? So they have to operate the equipment and they have to train. So what happens, the trainee who is undergoing the training does all the operations, and the system will get damaged or it can have wear and tear. Instead of that, we are having a virtual environment where the student can sit and do the training, okay? And you will understand better if I can show the video in the next slide. So the person will come there, sit there, do the training. The instructor will give the training, and he can have experiments also to be done. He will have evaluation to that. So he will give some assignments to the person, and he can be evaluated whether he has fully understand about the usage of the system. It has two functionalities, 3D and 2D. So when you have the system, you can rotate the system, we can connect the power, we can connect the network patch cord, and then for the 2D, we can work on the functionalities of the system. Can you play that? Click on that. So what we have seen is a 3D visualization of an equipment. You can rotate that, connect all the cables, and if they have done it properly, that will be recorded. As well as we have a 2D visualization of that, and using that, the officer can train the trainees who are coming there. And for virtual reality, we are currently working on a project for coal mines. Basically, we are setting up a 5G captive network for coal mines at Amrori mine in Madhya Pradesh, and we are planning to develop we are developing a 3D virtual coal mine where person sitting in the control room can virtually see what is happening. So we are deploying systems in they call it as dumpers or HEM devices, where there is heavy earth moving devices and shovels, whatever the equipments there in the field. And using virtual reality, we will be able to have an immersive experience to understand where the vehicle is, whether the vehicle is moving properly, or whether what is the current status of that, whether any vehicle is idle, or whether any vehicle is in location which is not required, whether it is in some place where it is not required. So we are gathering data, and the backbone of communication is a 5G private network, which we have deployed for the coal mine. And as I told earlier, we are developing a digital twin for coal mines. Previously, I talked about a digital twin of a motor, which is basically a digital twin of a product. Here, actually, we are doing a digital twin of a process, basically, where they have a particular process wherein the vehicles have been allocated. So, depending on the availability of the vehicles, they will do the operation of the dump haul. They call dump operation, load and haul and dump operation of the coal mine. So that is a basic thing which happens in a coal mine. The more they mine, they get more money. Okay. So that is a thing we are trying to automate using a digital twin, where we are using the data we are taking here, and using analytics tools, we will be able to predict how this has to be deployed, whether we are deploying in an optimum way. Okay. And we get the information on the dashboard using, we have deployed onboard units and we are currently deploying it basically. And the operational efficiency of these dumpers, the heavy earth moving vehicles has to be optimized, and it will have some geofencing and other stuff like that. So it gives him good operation guidance as well as the functionality, wherein he can optimize things by adding and removing things. And other products which we have is some IoT products, industrial process automation controller. So I'm not going to take much time, I'm just highlighting it. This is basically a controller which we have deployed for Kerala Water Authority in different places, and it can be deployed for many applications, as well as we are using it for our OT security test station to generate signals for that. Here we are using it to capture signals at different location using GSM mode of communication. Data is being sent through the cloud SCADA, and we are using MQT technology for communication in this thing. Next slide. And we have products on agriculture, we have products on smart farming, the precision farming for smart farming. So that's one product we have, smart farm system, which will be able to sense the current condition, the soil moisture, temperature, humidity in an agriculture environment, and do agriculture automation also. Next slide. And we have done a product on aquaculture automation, where the aquaculture is coming up in a big way, where we can do the automation of that, where we can sense many signals like ammonia, so the things present in the water. Okay, and we can do some optimum control so that the species which is grows efficiently and better.
Thank you, sir. Our final talk in this session is on AI ML in cybersecurity, trends and challenges. We are honored to have Sri Arga Bose, Vice President of Strategic Alliances, Risk and Compliance Practice at SECON, with us today. Sir is an accomplished cybersecurity leader with over 3 decades of expertise in enterprise management consulting, proven track record in leading business units, executing consulting projects, team leadership, project oversight, practice development, and crafting service offerings. He holds academic proficiency in cyber law, cybersecurity, and electronics engineering, along with multiple global certifications. Recognized internationally for his contributions, he continues to inspire both academia and industry alike. I invite Sri Arga Bose to deliver the talk. Welcome, sir.
Okay, it's time for lunch, right? I think everybody is getting hungry right now. But I'll not be too detailed. I'll just try and wrap it off and not stand by your lunch and the afternoon sessions as well. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arga Bose. I'm the Vice President, Risk and Compliance and Strategic Alliances at SECON. And it's a pleasure to be here at the INNOVISTA 2025. The topic that I will be covering is very close to us, all of us in fact, how AI and machine learning are reshaping the cybersecurity, the environment in itself, right? So we'll look at the trends, the real world challenges, and importantly, how the platforms like SECON are addressing these evolving threat landscapes. So just a quick summary into the agenda. We'll do a quick look at some of the current state of the cybersecurity and the challenges we are up against. Then we'll walk you through some of the key AI ML trends we are seeing in the security operations. We'll also take a look on the practical challenges the organizations are facing when implementing these technologies. And from there on, we'll dive into the secure platform through which we'll be addressing the pain points and how, followed by the roadmap that looks ahead for us. Okay. All right. So let's begin with the reality of today's cybersecurity landscape. Breaches are becoming more costly, averaging around 4.45 last year. When I say last year, obviously it's a 2024 report, basically a 2023 data. And most of the organizations are facing multiple breaches, not just one. So which means that the attacks are improving or they're increasing. And we are also looking at scenarios of the impacts as well. The dwell time remains high, and the alert fatigue is overwhelming the SOC teams. In fact, I was speaking to a few people who are in the SOC team here, and it's interesting that it is the time has come to be able to look at it from a perspective of where we are and what are the technologies that we're using for our SOC operations and how efficiently it can be used, because the volume of information that is coming into the SOC environment for analysis is becoming quite high, right? What's is that AI is not just helping the defenders. The attack is also weaponizing it. Through the attackers who are involved in using the AI and ML for more advanced phishing and evasion techniques and campaigns that they are running. This tells us something very important, and what it is that the traditional security models can't keep up with this. We need an intelligence-driven and automated defense perspective now. So the security operations challenge is a significant problem facing enterprises today. And our security teams are overwhelmed by the sheer volume of alerts that are receiving on a daily basis, with an average of around 11,000 daily alerts per day. Over half of these alerts, around 54% of them are false positives, which are requiring time-consuming investigations. Even for legitimate incidents, the average time to resolve a single security issue is around 3.5 hours, right? This challenge is compounded by a global skills shortage of 39% of cybersecurity positions that remain unfulfilled till date. Now, these factors demonstrate the traditional security approaches are no longer adequate to address the complexities of the modern threat, and enterprises need to find ways to streamline security operations and improve their efficiency. Now, this graph is a little bit complex in the sense that it doesn't have a. Sorry, I'm in the earlier slide. The cybersecurity, for us, the cybersecurity has seen a remarkable advancements through integration of AI and ML technologies. I'll highlight three key trends that are transforming the industry at this point in time. AI and ML are already making tangible difference, and many of you are already in the midst of that. The behavioral analytics helps us reduce false positives by learning normal baselines. Automated responses is bringing resolution times down from hours to minutes. Thanks. From hours to minutes. And the predictive security using ML to forecast attacks is moving us from a reactive to a proactive, scenarios of defense. These aren't just buzzwords anymore. These are real-world applications reshaping SOC efficiency as well, right? So this slide represents a chart showing the adoption curve of various AI ML technologies in the cybersecurity over the next few years. The chart shows the percentage adoption of 4 key technologies: anomaly detection, automated response, predictive security, and the LLM-driven analysis. Now, Anomaly detection is currently at 68% of adoption, projected to reach around 95% by 2027. Automated response is currently at 42% adoption, projected to reach around 93% by 2027. Predictive security is currently at 23% adoption, projected to reach around 85% of the by 2027. And the LLM-driven analysis is currently at 12% adoption, projected to reach around 74% of by 2027. Now, this shows that the adoption of AI ML in cybersecurity is accelerating rapidly, with LLM-driven analysis expected to see the most dramatic growth. Now, AI and machine learning are transforming security in powerful ways. Network traffic analysis using continuous learning can detect zero-day threats by identifying patterns in encrypted traffic without decryption. ML models can predict the likelihood of vulnerabilities being exploited based on the threat intelligence and asset context. And the natural language processing techniques can detect sophisticated social engineering and phishing attempts by analyzing semantic patterns. Now, Gartner has predicted by 2025, the organizations using these advanced AI ML security applications would experience 60% fewer breaches than those relying on traditional approaches. Now, these emerging AI ML applications are critical for staying ahead of the evolving security threats. Now, of course, it's not all smooth sailing at this point in time, right? Data quality is a big problem. Without the right training data, data models will fail. The skill gap is real, with over 3 million cybersecurity roles unfulfilled globally, and very few professionals with both AI and security expertise being available. Now, integration with legacy systems is tough. Then we also have adversarial attack, black box explaining to the issues, and the heavy compute costs that are running AI at scale. Now, these are reasons why many organizations struggle to move from pilot projects to production at this point in time. Now, this is where Securon steps in. Our open threat management platform brings 15 security capabilities into a single integrated solution, replacing multiple tools with one unified system. With 9,000 plus customers worldwide and hundreds of partners, the impact is proven. More importantly, our approach reduces SOC operations by up to 80% while giving full visibility across endpoints, network, cloud, OT, and IoT applications. Now, Securon's AI capabilities goes beyond the basics. We use dynamic threat model to continuously learn and adapt to changing attack patterns. Our UBA helps detect insider threats and account compromises. And with built-in SOAR automation, we don't just detect, we also orchestrate responses across the security stack. For sectors like manufacturing, energy, and critical infrastructure, we provide specialized OT ICS protection, which is critical for the Indian economy going forward. Now, remember that the AI/ML challenges that we discussed a little bit earlier. Now, how Securon addresses them. Now, for limited data, we use transfer learning by building effective models. For skill gap, we provide intuitive UI and automation. Integration is simplified with 850 plus connectors. We build resilience against adversarial attacks. And unlike black box AI, we provide full transparency with evidence chain for every detection. Even the heavy compute challenges is managed with edge optimized algorithms that scale efficiently. This is what really sets Securon apart. Dynamic threat models that evolve in real time, contextual analysis that understand into measurable outcomes, up to 96% reduction in false positive and 83% faster threat detection compared to traditional SIMs. We know that every organization has different needs. That's why we support flexible deployment models on-prem for sensitive data, private or hybrid clouds, and SaaS for managed services. Performance is another differentiator. Our platform can process over 120 petabytes of data daily with alerts processed in under 5 seconds. And of course, to meet the India specific
I think it will be filled soon. So today's topic is indigenous system for mission critical strategic applications. So basically in this talk I will share our experience for the last 25 years that we have worked in this particular area. So the mission statement is simple, the indigenization of strategic systems by the development of indigenous design, advanced technology, where our team had it detect the
triumph over the enemy. The most following areas: surveillance of high security installations such as government buildings, military installations, museum, etc., for alerting potential human targets to take evasive as small firearms in 3 different configurations, namely static version with networked sensors, vehicle mounted configuration, and soldier mount configuration.
this is an autonomous ground vehicle which we have fixed with the LiDAR for 3D slamming applications, simultaneous localization and mapping, which we have supplied to IIT Hyderabad. This controller for Cheetah and Chedak helicopter, the airworthiness certification is most important thing. We have signed 5 MOU in last Aero India with HAL. This is a speed switch for a Dornier aircraft. This is also certified for airworthiness by Semilac. This is an underwater drone which will dive up to a depth of 100 meters and we can inspect the underwater assets live. This is in a dam where you can see, you might have seen the inner part of the dam. This is a burning rate measurement system that we developed for ISRO to qualify the solid propellant, so that the trajectory of the rocket or the missiles can be accurately predicted. So now this is, means initially they were using a ballistic evaluation method. Now ISRO is completely switched to CDAC method because the accuracy is increased from 92% to 98%. This is the latest development. This is a contactless speed measurement, ultrasonic tachometer using ultrasonic, where one application is the railway wheels. The speed of the railway wheels can be measured. Then we have 6 Director General CDAC awards. This year we got 2. In Trivandrum we got around 10 awards. These are the IPRs. Thank you, and we will go to the next slide. So these are some of the, quickly I will go through the recent major achievements by CDAC in strategic sector. See, we developed mission critical equipment, burning rate measurement system for solid propellant, sounds NDT system to test the various rocket parts and payloads, and high precision amplifier for SHAR. So these are all have been used in the prestigious Chandrayaan mission, and it will be used in the upcoming Gaganyaan mission. So the first photo is we cherish in our memory as an iconic photo because this is taken with the fully loaded rocket. The payload is Aditya L1. So the launch was on 8:30 morning. So the day before night that we took this photo along with the chairman, ISRO chairman Somnath sir, and our DG is there. And on the right side, DRDO chairman Samir V. Kamath is inaugurating the ultrasonic burning rate measurement system test facility in High Energy Material Research Lab in Pune. Onto the navigational equipment for Navy, we have the only agency or the technical know-how with submarine echo sounder, ship echo sounder, electromagnetic log. Echo sounder means that measures the depth below the keel of the ship, electromagnetic log means which measures the speed of the ship. And Doppler velocity log again for unmanned underwater vehicle and all DVL is a very critical equipment. That is a denied technology. Then vessel tracking system, it is a high precision positioning system. Then very recently we have completed a classified project Varnamala. It is a mission mode project of Navy to safeguard sea borders, because there are lot of reports are there, lot of enemy submarines are coming to Indian coast. So to detect the presence of submarines, we have installed on the right side, you can see the installation about 100 kilometers away from the western coast, around from Kollam. We have installed that buoy. It is a moored buoy, so that there is around 30 sensors have been in the mooring, so that will sense the presence of submarine. This is the first installation in India. We are planning a string of installation in the peninsular region. That is why it is called Varunamala. Then on the avionics side, we have now closely collaborated with all the labs of HAL at the various parts of India. We started with the indigenous engine controller, that is airworthiness certified or semi-lag certified in technical terms. Then speed switch for Dornier aircraft, that 10 units to be indigenized urgently. So our team is on the task. See, with our experience, what are the challenges of indigenization? Many times people will say it is a routine duplication of an existing part, but that is not the truth. See, in the character aeronautics like now for indigenizing a Sukhoi 30 part, then there are lack of clarity in specification. So these are never documented. We don't know what will come in the connector. There may be a 16-pin connector or a 32-pin connector, but we don't know exactly what is coming inside the coming from the electrical interfaces, or sometimes the system may not be responding. Like those who following Malayalam film will appreciate this. They can do da boy എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പോലെയാണ്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ in Nandana film, Navya Nair is saying, Krishna ഞാൻ മാത്രമേ കണ്ടുള്ളൂ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പോലെ ചില sometimes these signals will appear. That is another challenge. We may be indigenizing a part, for example, indigenizing engine controller for Cheetah Chedak helicopter, but we should understand the entire system. Why? Because Cheetah Chedak helicopter is used by various defense forces. Army is using, Navy is using, Coast Guard is using. Each design is different. So we have to identify the knowledge of the entire system is very important. Otherwise, the expectation and reality will be different. Now, of course, in strategic sector, those who are working will be very known this. The harsh environmental challenges that we have to face. Our experienced team faced challenges, a combination of extreme temperatures, then mechanical shocks in 3 axes. So all these tests have to be qualified by different agencies. Another aspect is we need multidisciplinary expertise. I am basically an electronics engineer, but you need acoustic experts, acoustic knowledge. I am not saying that a single person is doing all this, but the team should have multidisciplinary expertise. Electronics, computer science, mechanical, electrical, chemical. Chemical, I am telling that because in solid propellant, it is a mixture of propellant as well as oxidizer. So that chemical combination is very important. So fortunately, we have a team have multiple expertise. Then see, sometimes what happens, no, the design agencies may underestimate some very important specs. One example is, for example, EMI EMC, electromagnetic interference and electromagnetic compliance or compatibility. Basically, that means how much interference your equipment can be transmitted, allowed to transmit, so that the other equipment will not malfunction. Similarly, compliance means what interference you can tolerate. So there is a limit for this. So the when the situation or when the crisis comes, we will face it. That won't be work out in this case. From the day one of the design, we have to take care, because I have seen many agencies fail, even in HAL case also. Why? Because they have not taken care. When the EMC test comes at the end of the project life cycle, but if you haven't taken this, there are some simple solutions, like you can ground it, you can have magnetic enclosures, that type, but sometimes it works, mostly it won't work. Then they will approach a consultant and they will say, you import an EMI filter or use a high-end filter. But EMI filter is not tuned to the impedance or the frequency of that particular system. Even as I already told, the Cheetah helicopter, Navy have a different design, Army have a different design, Coast Guard has a different, Air Force has a different design. So these all has to be taken care. So that is very challenging. So initially we will be confident, but our confidence also those who, sorry for those who are not following Malayalam film, I took this memes from Malayalam film. Then the most important thing is you should have excellent human resource. There is no substitute for human resource. I don't know if the AI will replace that in future. But basically, your team's merit or the sound technical knowledge, attitude, discipline, how they can work as a team, and their hardworking nature, their commitment to the organization and the society, and this self-initiative, these parameters will be the deciding factor that will actually drive the backbone of your success. This is again another meme from a Malayalam film where I will just explain. A car is to be repaired. So K&K Automobiles came and they tried to repair. Actually, they don't know it is a Benz type of a high-end car. So they don't know ABCD of that. But still they tried. So that is what confidence is valuable, but competence is priceless. A problem can't be solved with attitude alone. It needs skill, clarity, and deep sound technical knowledge. To summarize the challenges, see what we have seen, multiple iterations is required. In the first iteration, I have never experienced the first iteration. It is 100% spec is met. So 60% spec is meted in the first iteration or the POC model. That is a success. I assumed or I considered this as a success. Then on field or after gradually after 2 to 3 iterations, you will come to the usable product. Then several times people will underestimate documentation in strategic sector or in space or defense sector. But that is not the case. We have handing over HAL or ISRO thousands of pages of documents, which will contain test reports, the conformance report, the maintenance and operation manual, then test procedures. So these things, the drawings, etc., that is documentation is very, very important. Then meeting standards like airworthiness certificate for avionics or seaworthiness certificate for our echo sounder or EM log or other ship devices. So, for example, HAL involves 4 quality qualification agencies. One is from HAL QA, second is from DG Civil Aviation, third is from this DRDO, and finally one more agency is there, that is from RCMA. So the four agencies, so these all representatives should be there to qualify this system. So there comes your public relation and coordination skill. You have to be in touch with all these and taken all together to be present for the test. When one person is ready, the other person is not ready. So like that, it is a day-to-day basis. Our team, we are in contact with these agencies and try to update them and see the importance, try to convince them the importance and do the qualification test. Then getting the test platforms, like it is not like, for example, submarines, if you get the test platform, approval from naval headquarters is required. When it is docked or when it is at shore, only you can test it initially. So that will sometimes take, even our request goes, then it may come after 1 year because of the various other engagements of the ship or submarine. Then ultimately comes the real terror of final field trial, where you have to really see the situation and fine tune based on the results that getting from the field. Now, what are the trends and future in these areas? So I will first start with the space systems. See, the current geopolitical scenario, if you look at it, it is very dynamic. Earlier, India and USA was very friendly countries. Now, in reports saying that our PM Modi ji is not taking calls from Trump. This type of geopolitical undulations are applicable in all domains. But the most affected is defense and space sector. Why? Because I will tell you later. Now we are trying to more closer with China and Russia. Now the situation is changing. Then Operation Sindoor, India-Pak war came. So all this leads to the importance of Atmanirbhar Bharat or Make in India. Make in India, not only Make in India, as well as Make in India design concept as well. Now, space and defense are very closely related. For example, border surveillance. Earlier, one of our distinguished speakers said about that. For border surveillance, we need different types of satellites, spy satellites. We need communication satellites. We need low Earth orbits, LEO satellites. Then our own, then the technology denial happens. So whenever a geopolitical situation or a political escalation happens, the first blockade come to the defense and space sector. When we ask for a product, for example, anti-missile system S-400, it may not be the latest version. We may get version 3 only. Actually, the version 5 is the latest version. Then we get the version 3. By the time we install, 1 year is crossed. Then we operate it. Then the system is integrated and all these things comes, we may say 1 year. So by the time the component obsolescence comes into picture. So that is another challenge that we are facing in indigenizing strategic systems. On advantage side, once we develop our own technology, our allied countries also will benefit. So when our allied countries benefit, that will be an added advantage for India in a world scenario. There are export potential is there. Then we should think that our technology is not inferior. We should benchmark our technologies with what the world is doing or where world stands. For example, CDAC is doing supercomputer. So where our supercomputer stands? What is the ranking? So that matters. Similarly, some of the products we can proudly say when compared is superior in the world arena. For example, we believe ultrasonic burning rate measurement system for solid propellant is a world-class product. Why? Because the world over, the space agencies are using ballistic evaluation method or stand burner method to qualify the solid propellant. But we have developed a very simple solutions. Simple in the sense, for example, I will tell you a small example in the interest of time. The ballistic evaluation method required 40 kilogram of fuel, solid propellant, to be tested in a motor. That is a red flag test because it is like a bomb. So if an explosion happens, so the people will be evacuated. So it is a test. Instead, our system will take only 40 gram of solid propellant to test using our ultrasonic. While ballistic evaluation method will have only one reading, we have 1000 reading. That is why our accuracy is, earlier I told, the trajectory prediction accuracy is increased from 92% to 99%. That is why ISRO Chairman Soma sir at that time ordered switch to CDAC technology. So my team's ambition, even is to sell it to NASA. So these are some of the products you can see. USBRMS is there, thermal conductivity measurement system, high precision amplifier, sounds NDT system, then ITT system, telemetry test systems. These are all we have supplied for ISRO, and continuously we are getting orders, and they are very happy with that. We are almost to get a customer satisfaction index of 100%. So what is the India's achievement? Why we should be proud? Because we, as a part of mission of ISRO, so the Chandrayaan-3 successful lunar landing, then Mangalyaan low-cost Mars mission. Even I think it is less than the amount of Bahubali film making amount. That is what I read. Then in Mangalyaan, again low-cost Mars mission. Aditya L1, the solar experimentation equipment. Then Gaganyaan is coming up. So these are all achievement, but there is a catch in this. See, the issue is for example, preamp. I will tell you one example. Precision amplifier, high precision amplifier that is used in SHARP for the static firing testing of rockets. Static firing testing means instead of rockets going up with all the thrust, it will be forced against a wall or a obstacle, and it will be burned similar to that of a vertical takeoff. So that all the sensors, all the parameters, functions will be studied. So around 10 crore to 50 crore fuel will be burned at a single time, solid propellant. So you know, once solid propellant is start burning, there is no option to stop it. So our equipment is critical in the sense, our equipment is used to monitor hundreds and thousands of sensor readings from different parts of the rocket. So if our system fails, the loss will be in the name of, CDAC will be the culprit. Similarly, ISRO is also facing the same issue. ISRO is in the limelight always. The general public is seeing ISRO as an iconic and a great, one of the great organization. Correct? That is very correct. But the failures will be amplified in public media. So technology developed or used should be foolproof. And that is a challenge we face in indigenization for strategic applications. We are proud to say that all these equipments by CDAC used in various mission programs I already mentioned. And now I have only 2 more slides. On the avionics side, we are now going for aviation 4.0, in which we are trying to incorporate the AI and ML part, the next generation flight decks, the cyber security aspects, modular and scalable avionics architecture, advanced navigation and surveillance, urban air mobility, and space avionics. Basically, we are in collaboration with HAL, and HAL issued an order to give orders to CDAC on nomination basis. Now, on underwater systems, in India, there are several technological areas has to be developed. For example, underwater communication, there is no solution. Underwater positioning, we have GPS on land. Similarly, how we will position the underwater precisely? There is no position. Mostly, even some position is available, solution is available. It will come from outside. For example, I give an example. NIOT, National Institute of Ocean Technology, is working on deep ocean mission to send a human to 6,000 kilometers down the sea. Like we are sending human to space. There, the underwater telephony is very important. So they initially started, initially contacted with a US company, and then agreed to supply. But at the last time, from top, there is a blockade. No, it should not be given. Then they approached a Canada company. Since the Canada company is sourcing the components from USA, they threatened them that they will not be given the components. So they also withdrawn. Finally, they recently purchased it from Australia. So that is the situation. Then, of course, AI, docking system, power systems, these are all challenges in underwater systems. Then swarming. Like we have seen in aerial drones, multiple drones is having coordinated tasks. Similarly, underwater drone can we do the swarming? That is more challenging. The communication, how we can do. So that is another challenge. Then underwater sensor network, that is another area to work on. Now you can see there are a lot of news from Himalayan states. Every day some flood happen, not because of glacial lakes all burst always, but because of cloud burst as well. But there is a bigger threat this year because of the good monsoon we got this time. So we are installing a buoy-based early warning system in each lake. Each lake means 200 lakes are identified as highly vulnerable. That lakes we installed this system, and it is satellite linked, and so that any abnormal situations or activities will be reported by the various sensors. Based on that, red, orange, or yellow warning can be given. That is the thing. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request you to stay back, sir. Sir, please, Rajesh, sir. To present our speaker with a token of gratitude, I invite Sri Arga Bose, Vice President, Risk and Complaints, CCON. attention is on securing the future, integrating Dell AI Factory with cybersecurity for intelligent and resilient enterprises. Sri Sugumar Umapati, Field CTO and Enterprise Architect at Dell Technologies, with over 22 years of experience in developing and delivering enterprise solutions across diverse industries. A TOGAF certified enterprise architect and Google Cloud certified professional cloud architect, Sugumar Umapati has deep expertise in healthcare, life science, and manufacturing. His work spans hybrid cloud strategies, cloud native platform, AI driven solutions, and emerging technologies such as digital twins and quantum computing, driving successful digital transformation for global enterprises. Sri Mangal Pandey leads technological innovation as the Chief Technical Officer at SS Information Systems, specializing in architecting and designing AI solutions, high performance computing solutions, and parallel file system solutions. His skills drive SS Information competitiveness against OEMs at vendor by addressing complex technical challenges and supporting business growth. I invite Sukumar Umapati and Mangal Pandey to deliver the talk.
Good afternoon. Fantastic. So good to see you all, and thank you for having us. And it's really an honor to be part of this engagement here. And since morning, I have been learning a lot, right, as a part of the talks that have been happening. Quite a lot of areas of innovation that's happening. And what I want to share with you today is on how Dell can help you in focusing on innovation and leave the complexities of the technology behind with Dell, right? So, I guess this works. Okay, fantastic. So, what are the trends that you're seeing in the industry today, where organizations are focusing on innovating and driving digital transformation, are these 5 key areas, right? And I'm not going to bore you with a lot of slides. And the idea is to give you a gist of what we are seeing and how Dell can work with you to make it happen for CDAC as an entity, right? So one of the things that we have been very focused and what we are seeing every organization do is AI, right? I'm sure all of you within your personal space as well as workspace doing AI a lot, right? Today, if you Google around or if you search any chat agents, assistants, you will find AI is the word that everybody is looking after, right? So how can we make AI more democratic? So as Dell, we have always been focused about how to democratize technology so that we can drive human progress. Now, when we talk about AI and how we can democratize AI, is the way to make AI easily applicable to you, right? Today, when you think about AI adoption, there are a lot of things that come into picture. First, you need the resources required, GPUs, CPUs, memory, data, right? You have services, you don't know where to start. There are hundreds of algorithms, AI models, quite a lot of things that come into picture, and many a times this itself is a showstopper, or many a times it can also be something that deters your attempt. You possibly are going down a path identifying which works for you and end up spending 6 to 9 months figuring out what works for you. At Dell, what we are trying to do is to help you with a validated design, AI factory, which is a term that has been coined by Dell a few years back. This is something that will drive you towards getting to your outcome much faster, right? I'll talk about that. I'll talk about the last aspect of it, which is cyber resiliency as well, which is about how AI is being leveraged there and how AI is impacted as well, right? Like what we are trying to do to use AI in our space, AI is being used by these ransomware attackers to manipulate a lot of information and not being detected, right? So how can we be more secure with that? There are a few other things which are very critical for many organizations. I will leave it for a later day. One of the areas when it comes to security, you always come across is the OT. There has been a few talks in the morning as well about the OT systems being deployed, and security becomes a concern. Lack of resources, lack of technical expertise, lack of frameworks and protocols. Now all of that means that is an area of entry for a threat, right? So how can we eliminate that? So that's something which we have been working a lot in the industry. Industry 4.0 is something that has been helping us move towards that direction, and zero touch onboarding and zero trust architecture are some of the things that I want to talk about. Now, when it comes to the AI factory, right? Think about it like any other factory, right? What do you do in a factory? You have raw materials and you have an output, which is possibly a design or an output from a factory, right? So with AI as well, this is what we are talking about. Data is your raw material that comes inside. And the use cases that you solve could be a content generation. It could be something that you are able to produce as an outcome, which basically is the end result that you want to achieve. To get to this outcome, you need certain resources. You need data, which has to be something that you can make use of it. It could be sitting elsewhere. It could be sitting in hundreds of places. How can we make data usable? Which is a fundamental challenge every organization is facing today. There are silos of information that's sitting across. I don't know if you have seen this. The statistic is 75% of the data that you would see being generated is outside your data center, right? Think about it. 75% of the data comes from outside your data center. And what are these outside the data centers? Your edge devices, OT systems, right? We're thinking about any of the devices that are interfacing with the physical world. All of those are entry points from a security point of view as well, right? So think of this, those data points that are being collected from various places, how can you make use of them and do AI? Our fundamental idea with AI is bring AI to your data, not AI to your data, right? So when you think about it, you are moving compute to do AI where data is being generated, not bringing the data from wherever it is into a central location where you can do AI. Think about the latency, think about the cost, think about the time that you will bring when you move data from various locations into one single place. It is a lot easier and a lot more convenient to move compute closer to where data is being generated, right? So what all things are required for you to do that? Of course, you need an AI portfolio to do that. You need a data foundation which can help you analyze data wherever it is, federated analytics, right? And you also need an ecosystem of partners who are experts in each of those domains, how we can tie up with them, right? And handholding all of those use cases with precision for you, right? So you need those services capabilities to do that as well. Now that is what Dell has been working about, right? So when you think about various sources of data that could come in, could be unstructured, could be structured, could be semi-structured data sitting in any source, right? 200 plus different sources. How can you do analytics of data from those various sources without really having to move the data? So this is what we call it as an AI data platform, which helps you do in-place analytics for your AI use cases. Now with this, you are cutting down the distance, you're cutting down the need to move data, and most importantly, security is being addressed right from the word go, because you're not moving your data, you're only moving the results that are required, right? The second is you're able to use that data to do further things from an I think the clicker is still not working. Yeah, now it's better. Thank you. So you will be able to do all the data preparation work that you will require so that you are able to get better outcomes, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So you want to make that data a lot more cleaner and usable from your use case point of view. Now that could be used by your data engineers, data scientists, visualization, and so many things that you want to achieve with it. Second, what we also wanted to do is thank you. So the portfolio need to be capable of handling these AI demands, right? So the traditional systems that were built for a very different requirements do not really need provide the capability. Today we are talking about end user devices, laptops being able to do 40 NPUs, right? So which means you're able to do transactions which are typically needing a large server at your desks. Think about it, your data being generated is maximum near your laptops and your end user devices, right? How can you make that more powerful? The same technology, same capabilities, you want to be able to do it not just in the edge, but in the core as well as in your cloud. So the entire portfolio of Dell covers this AI, right? So right from the compute solutions to the storage solutions to the networking to connect all of them, and variety of efficient solutions from a cooling point of view. When you think about GPUs, when you think about need for running H200s or B200 kind of systems, we're talking about kilowatts, 10 to 12 kilowatts of power per single server. Think about cooling them. By 2027, data centers across the globe will not have enough power to keep the AI systems running. That is a scary situation, right? How can we make it better? How can we make it more efficient? The CPUs that are coming up now, the memory systems that are coming up now are becoming bigger in size and consuming 2 to 3 times more power than what you currently know. Right? So all of that are sort of deterrents when you want to adopt these technologies. Dell is working towards making those capable and able to help you move towards your innovation. So the ecosystem of partners, it will not go through the entire thing, but the idea is when you think about AI or when you think about doing AI, right, it is definitely a team effort. You need certain components coming from certain players. NVIDIA GPUs could come in, Dell servers could come in, but there could be softwares, there could be services, there could be different tool sets, MLOps tools, right? So the way we approach this is to make this ecosystem wide and open. So think about running a large language model. I can do that today on premises only with Dell, right? Now think about Llama, think about Gemini, think about Hugging Face being an interface into this outside world. That is something that we have been bringing so that you, right at the click of a button, you have over 1 million models available for you to try it out. And that's possible because of the interface and the ecosystem that you have built. Now you might be in different situations in terms of AI. We can help you understand where you are and to where you want to get to, right? As is and to be, where you want to, and what are the areas in which you need to work to get there. So we can do this assessment and help you wherever you are in your journey of AI, right? You could be starting with AI today, or you could be possibly in a very advanced stage and you want to get fine tuning and better with that, right? We can help you with that as well. So moving on to the cyber part of it, right? Gen AI, as you all know, data is the foundation for all of these things. And cyber also eventually is towards that, right? So everybody is targeting the data that is the foundation or the backbone for any organization. So Gen AI becomes a double-edged sword. So one, you can do a lot of things, but it also becomes a threat. It also can become an area of intrusion into your organization. So today, when it comes to a lot of threats that are coming, in the morning there was a session which talked about how AI and machine learning is being used to drive fundamentally a lot of cyber threats which typically wouldn't have been possible earlier. Now, how do you handle this kind of a situation for our organization? So you definitely can work about protecting your organization. Right? I can build a massive layer security. I can build multiple layers of security. I can ensure that I have people with guns and stuff. But eventually, we all have to understand security has to be a two-pronged approach. One, you are resisting. You are building all sorts of capabilities to make sure that there is no possibility to come in, any threat to come in. But at the same time, you also need to be able to look at the resilience, which is if something happens, How can I come out of it? It's extremely important to build this two-pronged approach. Now, what is Dell being doing is working in the industry, right? So everybody familiar with this zero trust architecture, right? Where you don't trust anybody, right? So when I say, for example, I am Sugumar, I have come to present, first question you ask is show me an ID, right? Every time the communication happens with devices, you have those checks in place. Now, multi-factor authentication, there are so many things that will come into picture when it comes to a zero trust architecture. Now, this is not an overlay. This is not another tool like an antivirus or an any sort of firewall, etc. Right? This is inherently built within your architecture, right from the devices that come in. For example, I have a Dell server coming in and being deployed at a remote location, right, where you are expecting that to connect to your central location. Now, how do you know that device that was put in the edge is secure or it has not been tampered with while it was shipped? There has been occasions, real life scenarios where devices which were ordered in a particular OEM, when reached to a particular destination, on the way was tampered with chips which were leaking data to a unknown destination, right? How do you make sure that there is nothing tampered in your entire process? Right from the time you order, right from the time it reaches your destination to plug in to controlling everything is completely secure, right? So those are the things that can be achieved with zero trust architecture. Now, when it comes to the different areas in which cyber threats can happen, there are a list of these. I'm not going to go through all of them right now, but the idea is to make you aware that AI, while we all want it to help us, there are also threats that come in, right? How do we make zero trust as a part of our overall capability in an architecture so that your innovation is secure, right? So what we did is we founded this particular framework called Project 4.0. So like AI, security is not a one-man army. You need a team to do this, right? You need multiple people who are experts in each of these categories, right? So this is over 30 plus different technology leaders with Dell leading the way, work together. So when you want to deploy a particular solution, that solution has to have multiple components, right? And how can each of these component providers abide by this zero trust architecture? That way, data movements, access, everything is extremely secure. This is validated by US Department of Defense. And what we also have been doing is moving all of those capabilities within our technology offerings. Right from the servers that you look at to the desktops that you buy, design process onwards. There are silicon root of trust. The chips, if they get modified, if the drivers are wrongly loaded, if somebody tries to tamper, the system won't boot up. That's the level of integration we have gotten, right? And if you look at what we have been also doing is, how about beyond protection, how do we provide resilience? Think about a locker in a house, right? You will keep the crown jewels, the most important assets that you have, you want to be able to protect against any theft that could happen. So the cyber recovery or a cyber vault that we have built has been helping a lot of organizations recover from these cyber threats. If something happens to your organization, which can, by the way, happen, despite all the security measures that you take, how do you really come out of it? Those data that you put within this vault are safe. They are isolated from your production network, and this vault connects once in a frequency that you set and pulls the data. And when the data is being received, it is analyzed to make sure that there are no threats. It is not a signature or a fingerprint based analysis. It's an AI algorithm that runs, identifies if there are threats, and tells you what is the good state for you to get back to, right? Typically, you might think about a disaster recovery, which is basically a tape or another site where you keep your data, but 100% of the time you will realize that that data also is corrupt, because cyber threats, while many of us think it's an incident that will happen today, the threat actors are within your organizations for at least average is 69 days. They are inside your organization. They start sending those fingerprints and encryptions so that the data eventually gets kicked in to encrypt on one day, but it has slowly corrupted so many other places. So finding out which is your true good data in itself is a nightmare for many organizations. And that is also the reason why if there is a cyber attack that happens on an organization, it takes many weeks for them to come back to business. With this, you will be able to come back to business in a matter of days, right? So this is something that we have been helping a lot of financial organizations as well as sensitive organizations where data is extremely critical. Last thing what I wanted to also talk about is it's not about today, we are also talking about tomorrow, where we are working with various entities, creating these frameworks, right, NIST onwards, or the COSI, where we are doing all of this work to make sure that the security aspects are taken care, right from the architecture point of view. Multi-factor authentication, right, zero trust architecture is not a buzzword anymore, it is real thing that everybody should look at. So I'll just summarize with one last thing. So when you think about data, there are a lot of awards and partnerships that I'll leave it for you to look at later point of time. But just what I wanted to leave you with is one message. When you think about unlocking the potential of your data, Dell is here to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. Myself, I am Mangal Pandey. I am the CTO of SS Information System. Thanks for giving the opportunity to be, thanks team, CDAC team. So here I am just explaining about what SS Information is doing. So basically we are the one of the key vendor or technology provider who will be expertise in end-to-end computing of HPC, HCI, and quantum simulators, scale-out NAS and all. Can you move? So our organization is a 13 years old organization. Our expertise in building HPC, high performance computer end to end. So from building the data center to and integrating the HPC and fine tuning. The same way the hyper converged infrastructure. So you all know what is hyper converged infrastructure. We are in pioneer in that one. And we have very vast experience in setting up parallel file systems and scale out NAS, open source solution, and some site specific customization we used to do. So our key customer is almost all government entity we have a customer, which are our customer. Here I represent an HPC customers. So basically I said Thiruvananthapuram, CDAC, IAST, IAA, and IMSC, and many other government customers, our key customers. This is our HPC landscape. So we almost all over the India we have delivered our HPC, including Jammu Kashmir. HPC alone, our turnover is more than 100 crores. So we started a HPC from 2016 onwards. So basically, for this 400 teraflop is our largest HPC installation. So here we have done many optimization and tuning techniques. Basically, the HPC is kind of a resourceware, hardware, software, because hardware from Dell, software from Intel, and data centers from the other OEM like Vertu, and it has to be optimally integrate and work together. So there are many challenges came in to integrate this cluster. So it's a kind of a 12 rack cluster. So basically, so if you are running the cluster, not every all the rack will have same load or same heat sources and all. So for example, storage rack will have lesser heat, and the major compute rack will have higher heat generation and all. So here a lot of challenges we have seen when we are doing the benchmarking. So basically, in our organization, we ourselves do the benchmarking. We won't depend upon the OEM and all. We done the benchmarking. While benchmarking itself, we identified which rack needed more energy, which rack needed less energy. Accordingly, we have tuned. For example, OEM used to recommend you always run the data center with the 19-degree temperature. We simply changed the 19-degree from 19 to 21 degree. It increased the performance, and it given 5x savings in the power, and there is no issues related to like water leak or anything. The same way, the HPC been architecture using Dell and Intel processor, but they wanted to bring out 70% efficiency. So we went through that and understood about the architecture of the Intel latest hardware and all. We done the benchmarking and we given them. So if you use hybrid versus OpenMP together, this cluster will perform well. That and testing we have done and given to them, and now they are changed their paradigm of coding strategy from normal MPI to hybrid. Now it is successfully running. So one more key innovation we have implemented. Yeah, okay. One more key thing we have done is 300 teraflop cluster in IMSC. There also we have given many more optimization tunings and challenges. There are many challenges we have addressed. Something like there are in parallel file system, parallel computing and parallel file system. There are major interconnect like Mellanox, InfiniBand, IB and OpenIB and all. So we have integrated everything together. This is the first cluster in having both Mellanox and Intel OPA together running. In all other places it will be separate cluster. But we given the solution which will run together as a one. So we are expertise in bringing up the artificial intelligence clusters. Basically, you can get the hardware like Dell or NVIDIA, they will provide the hardware. But you need a vendor who will integrate and give the optimization and bring out the best out of it. So most of the time, if you are having, even you can have the hardware, but your code may not work. So for that, you need the code need to be tuned. So we not only supply the hardware, we also help the users to bring out the optimal performance out of it. So basically, we have not only done small installation, we have done 8 GPU node cluster, basically, and 4 numbers. And I think, I don't know how many of them know about Habana, Intel Habana. Like NVIDIA GPU, Intel also came up with the technology called Intel Habana, HPU. So we are the first one to install the Intel HPU server at CDAC, Pune. And we are the only one to bring out the setup, configure, do the benchmarking, fine tune, and then give it that to the Intel lab to test it. Even they took about more than 2 to 3 weeks to finalize the results. But everything we have done it from as vendor perspective, all end to end we have ourselves together. We also expertised in setting up the HCI cluster. We have given this inbuilt cluster. We ourselves done the cluster using Dell hardware to IPRC. This cluster consists of the the nodes and the backup system and the target tape library, everything from the Dell, and we integrated together and fine tune and integrated with the HCI environment. We also give we also do the partnership. We have done the partnership with the CDAC Virtue, and we also promote CDAC Virtue. Actually, the Chennai team brought out the CDAC Virtue HCI cluster. We also promote them, and we will be participating the using the CDAC Virtue with many government tenders. So for the quantum simulators, I think many of them uses the quantum computing in the IBM or say Google Cloud Quantum, but we are providing a POC or on-premises quantum simulator. Basically, you can get 36 or 37 or even 38 qubit simulators, but we can design and give you 42 qubit simulators on single server. You don't need any HPC or more energy and all. So with that, okay, one more slide. So now, apart from the hardware and implementation, we also provide a HPC software suite. It's a cluster management suite. It will be optimized and tuned for HPC, and we will do all the customization what the customers required and give to them. So basically, the monitoring, report generating, and customization, and job submission, job tuning, and all other tunings for the customer requirement, we will do that. So these are things. Thanks. Any questions? Thank you.
I request sir to stay back. To present the token of gratitude, I request Sri Subodh PS Scientist G, Health Technology Group, to the stage. And I also invite Sri Sugumar Umapati and Mr. Mangala Pandey to receive our humble gift. Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next presentation titled Indigenous Microprocessor Progress and Prospects. Shri Joe Simon, Scientist E, Hardware Development Group at CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, is a seasoned RTL architect with over 15 years of experience in designing digital IP cores, cache coherent interconnects, and RISC-V based SoCs. He has been instrumental in developing advanced interconnects and network-on-chip solutions for the indigenous Vega RISC-V multi-core processors at CDAC. His work spans AI accelerator integration, FPGA prototyping, and digital IP verification. With deep expertise in bridging architecture and hands-on implementation, Joe Sir is here to share his insights into CDAC's journey of building India's own RISC-V processor and their prospects in shaping the future of computing. May I invite Sri Joe Simon Sir to deliver the talk.
Good afternoon. Myself, Joe Simon. I will be taking you to through the story of India's indigenous microprocessors, which is the Vega family. It's a story of hard work, self-reliance, self-confidence, and overall technological sovereignty. So the roadmap for today's talk, I will start with Digital India RISC-V program, and we move to our Vega processors, and then we take a look at the system on chips and boards we have developed in this program, and then we explore the Vega processor ecosystem and the various industry academia collaborations we are having, and then I will share the progress about our future prospects and the progress we made so far. So the Our microprocessor development activity started in 2017 as microprocessor development program, and in 2022 government initiated the RISC-V Digital India RISC-V program, which is DIRV. So why? So every cell phone, every satellite, every cars runs on multiple processors, and we have a history of depending on foreign silicon, foreign technology, foreign IPs for making this happen. So DIRV aims to cut the dependence. We aim for self-reliance. We aims to foster collaboration among academia, startups, industries to build a robust ecosystem so that we can build our own future. So, what is the significance of indigenization? The major one is immune to sanctions, which is more even relevant today than before. We can develop secure products, cost effective. We can be self-reliant and proof from obsolescence. We can control our own silicon destiny. And why RISC-V? So RISC-V is an open source hardware, open source instruction set architecture, which is taken shape in UCB Berkeley. In 2010, they have the first ISA spec, and from that onwards, the initial spec onwards, it has seen wide adoption among various academia and industries across the world. So it's open, it's cost effective, it's secure and modular. See, look at the participating communities, 4,000 plus industries and academia, they contribute to this RISC-V initiative. That's a big R&D force, not a single company can afford to have. And now I will present the star of today's presentation, the Vega processes. So Vega series is the first indigenous family of RISC-V microprocessors designed by CDAC under the Digital India RISC-V program. It has various processors. You can take a look at the various processors we have developed so far, from 32-bit cores for embedded applications to 64-bit out-of-order superscalar processor for advanced computing applications. We have a wide full spectrum of capabilities. We can support, with these processors, we can support from IoT applications to high-performance embedded systems. This is the silicon roadmap. The various silicons we are, system-on-chip silicons we are planning. The Tejas 32 chip was out in 2022. It was taped out in Siltara 130 nanometer. We have gone for a semi-mass production run for that. The Tejas 64 is a 64-bit single-core microprocessor SoC, which is taped out in SEL, Chandigarh. And the third one is Dhruv 64. It's a dual-core 64-bit superscalar processor working at 1 GHz processor. We have also taped out that, and we are expecting the silicon by year end. And the fourth one is the INNOVISTA-64, which is a quad-core 2 GHz superscalar processor. We are expecting to tape it out next year. So these are the various silicons we have taped out, including the block diagrams for those system on chips. Any embedded enthusiasts out there can take a closer look. It has the processor and all the required peripherals, and many of those peripherals are also developed indigenously in CDAC. This is more about our most successful chip, which is Tejas 32, which has a ET1031 microprocessor at its heart. It has a number of peripherals like UART, SPI, timer, PWM, ITC, GPI, which the embedded system enthusiast can use for development of their applications. And to support the developers and innovators, we have created these Aries boards from Aries V3, Echo, Nova to various IoT boards, various boards with various capabilities, various peripherals which can support various embedded applications. And these boards can even support operating systems like FreeRTOS, Artemis, and Cypher. We are not just making and showcasing this, we are also selling these boards. These are our selling platforms. You can visit these platforms and purchase these boards. And technology without an ecosystem for supporting it doesn't mean much. So we have developed a full processor ecosystem with Arduino compatible IDE. Those who are familiar with Arduino IDE can connect the IDE with our boards directly. Eclipse-based IDE is also there. Support for operating systems like Linux, Cypher, FreeRTOS, Fedora, Debian. The full set of Linux device drivers for all the peripherals are there. Board support packages, lot of libraries for IoT applications. Compiler tool documentation and a lot of tutorial videos in YouTube also are available. So we have a wide range of processors from 32-bit embedded core to 64-bit application class core. So it can support a wide range of applications like smart meter, IoT, automotive, low power embedded applications, lot of applications it can support. These are some of the prototypes developed by third parties using our chips. So the Coral Technologies has developed a Advaic Vega embedded kit which can be used for developing embedded applications. And also the VSD Squadron is another development platform featuring our 32-bit microprocessor. And another one, eLagori by Tetrac Technologies, that this is also a rapid prototyping platform. We can stack one by one. We can support complex applications by stacking more than one boards. And many internal sections of CDAC has also developed a lot of products using our chips, like ITNG has developed the CPU card for urban development control equipment. The CG has developed indigenous ultrasonic liquid level sensor as well as digital interface unit in rotational speed sensor. And the Artificial Intelligence and Robotics Library section of IIC has developed this drone autopilot system for drones. So many of these modules are already moved into mass production, and we hope others will also move into pure industrial use. So far we have, so the progress so far, we have designed and developed the 32-bit and 64-bit cores and validated using by running Linux and FreeRTOS. We have fabricated the 32-bit SoC. We have we have developed the full ecosystem and tools for supporting these boards and SoCs. Fabrication and prototyping, the Tejas 32-bit single core has been fabricated. 8 Aries boards, as I have already shown you. Tejas 64-bit single core processor has been fabricated in 180 nanometer SEL. Through 64 was a dual core processor taped out in 28 nanometer TSMC. Then 64 implementation is in progress and will be taped out in 2026. So to make Vega successful, really successful, it's not enough to just to design these boards and processors. We need to engage with the academia and innovate, enable innovation and motivate the young engineers. So that's why CDAC actively engages with the ecosystem. It ran the Swadeshi Microprocessor Challenge and the DIRVI Grand Challenge, which gave startups, students, industries direct access to the Vega SoC and course and the tools. So the real success of our development can be measured by the trust the various academic and industrial partners put on us. These are the various partners to which we have licensed our IP cores: Akisa, True Silicon, Calico Tech, Indesemic. These are promising startups in our country using our system on chip IPs and peripheral IPs for developing their various products. And various academic institutions we have also partnered with, because to enable the researchers innovate without any restrictions. So each license expands the ecosystem and accelerates real-world proliferation of Vega technology. Each adoption is a vote of confidence of our hard work, and also India's ability to deliver world-class IPs. So what's ahead? First, we will leverage our technological know-how in microprocessor domain for the development of more complex processors for desktop and server class applications. We are currently into server class microprocessor development. And CDAC aims for more market penetration. We especially in space, defense, healthcare, and critical infrastructure domains where technical sovereignty is of prime importance. And we plan to expand our ecosystem by nurturing the startups and fresh talents in chip design innovation, ensuring growing and skilled ecosystem in semiconductors. More training programs are being organized. So we have launched a lot of challenges like microprocessor challenge, V Grand Challenge, DV Con, and lot of contests were conducted by us, which and we got a lot of support from the academy and the industry partners. We have trained a lot of manpower, like 5,000 manpower. We have sold around 4,000, 5,000 Aries boats. 80 plus workshops were conducted in various academic institutions, and we have participated in 35 plus conferences and signed 25 plus MOUs with various academic and industrial partners. So to conclude, CEDA's Vega Process Initiative has made strong strides from conceptual design and FPGA validation to tape-outs, educational outreach, and industry collaborations. With upcoming multi-core ASICs, embedded system strengthening, commercialization efforts underway, Vega is well positioned to power India's semiconductor sovereignty in the strategic markets also. Thank you.
I kindly request you to stay back, sir. To present a small gratitude token of gratitude, I request and I invite Dr. Ani Sutin sir to hand over the gift. Thank you, sir. Our next talk will be on V2X enabled connected signals for smarter mobility in ITS. Today, we are pleased to introduce Dr. Prakash R, Scientist F in the Intelligent Transportation and Networking Group at CDAC Tirunelveli. With over 25 years of experience in embedded system, he has led several R&D initiatives and successfully transferred multiple technologies in intelligent transportation domain. A senior member of IEEE and active contributor to National Traffic Management Standards through BIS, his expertise spans embedded system, intelligent transportation, and autonomous vehicle navigation. We are delighted to have him with us today. May I request Dr. Prakash to deliver the talk.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much for giving a very good introduction. So my topic of presentation is CV2X enabled connected signals for smarter mobility in ITS. So this title itself will have a lot of buzzwords. Please, next slide, please. ITS, Intelligent Transportation System, is a multidisciplinary area which focuses various problems related to the transportation industry. So the basic objectives of this ITS, Intelligent Transportation System, is to improve traffic safety, then relieves traffic congestion, improves transportation efficiencies, reduces air pollution as well as fuel consumption. This is the basic objective of transportation. And the various products and solutions in transportation domains are basically, it starts with the traffic signal controllers, then parking solution, red light violation systems, then giving green signals for the ambulances to save multiple lives called emergency vehicle preemptions, then giving priority to the buses in the public transit vehicles called bus priority system. These all are the various products and solutions under the theme of ITS. Then we please next slide. What is called smarter mobility? We all know about mobility, how we travel from one place to other by using the public vehicles or by passenger cars. So how this mobility can be made smarter? So smarter mobility is achieved by using either V2X devices, CV2X, or connected vehicles. So the future of mobility will be either V2X based communication or autonomous vehicles. In near future, down the line, after 5 to 10 years of time, all vehicles will be, most of the vehicles will be connected vehicles, as well as few vehicles will be autonomous up to the level of even at least 3. So that's what we expect from the industrial growth now currently going on, because V2X already we are working, and autonomous vehicle also a lot of people are working in our country, and it has been taken to the level of 5, but unfortunately it will be working only in the controlled environment. So once if it want to come into the uncontrolled in the road traffic application in a heterogeneous traffic conditions like India, it will take a lot of time, and the proliferation will be up to level 3 we expect in India. So the next level, this how this autonomous vehicle works means based on the various sensors like lidars, radars, thermal cameras. First it's do the perception sensing of the environment. Then it finds its position, and based on the 3D mapping, it finds the map where to navigate, and based on the control algorithms, it goes to the particular positions. That's called autonomous vehicle navigation. So that is the future. So along with that autonomous vehicle, what is this connected vehicles? How vehicles are connected? Vehicle talks to each other, and it exchanges various critical information such as its position, velocity, acceleration, so that lot of use cases can be can be utilized for getting safety critical applications. To solve the safety critical needs of our country, the V2X plays a major role. So in the case of V2X, different types of V2Xs are available. V2X means vehicle to everything. So under V2X, different other things are vehicle to vehicle. So vehicle to vehicle means vehicle talks to vehicle and exchanges in information like velocity and all for understanding the collisions. So collision avoidance, rear end collisions, then for understanding any emergency vehicle is coming nearby, so that it has to go wait to the emergency vehicle. Such type of applications will be addressed by V2V application. Then vehicle to infrastructure. So mostly the infrastructures are traffic signal controllers, which shares most of the information to these vehicles. That is, nowadays all this traffic signal information, like whether it is a green color or red color or amber color, along with timing, shall be shared to the vehicles, so that in future we can able to see it on the dashboard of the vehicles. Already we have implemented it, and it has been demonstrated with Mahindra's BE6 vehicle. The dashboard will have a vehicle to vehicle device, that is V2X device called onboard unit, and our traffic signal controller will transfer its position, its green information, timing information called SPAT, signal phase and timing information, to the roadside unit, and roadside unit broadcast this information. That will be taken by the by the vehicles, and it shows it on the dashboard. That's called V2I, vehicle to infrastructure communication. Then vehicle to pedestrian. Vehicle to pedestrian means whenever the pedestrian walk on the walkways, either by using a wearable device or by using their mobiles, we could able to understand their position. So based on this position is either transferred to the RSU, if there is a RSU in the premises, or through the cloud it is linked to the server. So the position is known to the vehicle, and in the vehicle dashboard unit we could show the warning say that the pedestrian ahead 250 meter away. So you can apply the brake. Similarly, the vehicle also can indicate that there is a pedestrian ahead 250 meter away, kindly apply the brake. The pedestrian can come to know that there is a vehicle going to come and hit you, please go away from this road. These all are the instructions exchanges happening in the vehicle to pedestrian use cases. Then about the vehicle to network. So in the vehicle to network, we can think of different use cases. For example, in the vehicle to network, use cases like information exchanges, if it is a school zone or there's a hospital zones, those information nowadays we don't want to have it through the vehicle to infrastructure communication. We don't want another one roadside unit in the infrastructure. That can be done by using cloud solutions. So those information will be shared to the cloud, and cloud will be exchanging those information directly to the vehicle, thereby vehicle to cloud communication. These are the various V2X communications. And CDAC Trivandrum, we have developed various V2X devices, roadside unit and onboard unit. The two elements in V2X communications are OBU, which is placed inside the vehicle and which requires a roadside unit, which should be fitted in the infrastructure device nearby the traffic signal controller. All the information exchange happens only by using these two devices, OBUs and roadside unit RSUs. This communicates by using 5.8 gigahertz radio channel. Actually, there are different types of, that is, the evaluation happens like that. It starts with the DSRC communication, dedicated short range communication, and like Volkswagen, then European Union uses DSRC communication, wherein China, then USA, even in India uses CV2X communication, cellular V2X by using 5G side link, that is PC5 link. So which is a very low latency communication, thereby vehicle to vehicle communication and vehicle to infrastructure communication happens within less than 10 milliseconds time for addressing the safety critical operations. So these are the various use cases. Forward collision warning, V2V, various use cases are forward collision warning, emergency vehicle warning, emergency stop, pre-cache sensing warning, privacy, the V2X area guideline network coverage, then vehicle to infrastructure, road safety services, curved speed, hospital zones, all this will be addressed by vehicle to infrastructure, as well as signal phase timing information display, then red light warnings. All these are the vehicle to infrastructure communications. Then connected signals. So once we think about the signals, so the previous traffic signal controllers are fixed time controllers. The next evolved version is a vehicle activated controller, which works with the based on the vehicle occupancy. The next version is area traffic control system, adaptive traffic control system, which works based on proposed time from the server. That is, all the traffic signal controllers are connected to the server. The next version is V2V based communication. There is connected vehicles. All the connected vehicles will talk to the traffic signal controller directly. Thereby, the infrastructure devices, roadside units like understanding of the vehicle occupancy by using these cameras or inductive loop sensor, all those sensors are not at all required, because the huge amount of vehicle approaching in a coming in a approach can be easily understood by the V2V communication or V2I communication. Thereby, we could able to understand the volume of vehicle. So that is called connected vehicles. In these connected vehicles, we can address multiple use cases like emergency vehicle preemption system. Whenever the ambulance comes nearby the traffic junction, green signal shall be given to that based on V2I communication. Similarly, bus priority system. So it's unlike emergency vehicle preemption system, we won't give immediate green signals to the buses, but based on the occupancy level of the vehicle as well as based on the situation only, sometimes we will give that priority to the buses. It's called bus priority system. Then the next level is GLOSA, green light signal optimized system. That is GLOSA. Actually, if you think like when we are traveling on the road, if the vehicle suggests that if you are traveling at a speed of 40 km/h, you will get the green signal. Just imagine how much happy we are. So that we will be accelerating to that speed of 40 km to get the green signal. So that is happening nowadays. That's called GLOSA. So our vehicle will have a device. Onboard unit will show you, please accelerate to get a green signal at a speed of 40 km/h. Similarly, for red signal also, you will be anyhow going to be red, kindly apply brake. Those signals, those information will be shared to the dashboard units like GLOSA. And hereafter, we don't want any infrastructure device because of the traffic volume, traffic density, all this will be calculated based on the vehicles coming in the V2X. So this is the CAV ecosystem CDAC has. CDAC has all the products: traffic signal controller, emergency vehicle preemption system, pedestrian safety enhancement controller, bus priority system, roadside unit, OBU system. So whatever required for the connected and autonomous vehicle navigation, we have the total solution. So hereafter, even autonomous vehicle don't want to see the green signal or red signal based on image processing. It can able to take by using connected vehicles inputs. Then this system has been implemented across our country. We have installation in Tihan, KR corridor in Bangalore. Then it has been installed in Mahendra BE6 as well as BE9. Both the vehicle has this feature, so that in roadside unit, once in the proliferation of the roadside unit is there in our country, we could able to see the information on the dashboard units of our Indian vehicles. So the various products realized in our intelligent transportation group is traffic controllers, then transit signal priority system, emergency vehicle preemption, composite signal control strategies, software solutions, onboard driver assistance system. We have thermal camera solution, indigenous thermal camera solution, desktop based driver assistance system, then departure time planner. These are the various products and solutions we have developed during this course of time. And we have technology transferred all these products, and the various technology partners has been listed over here, and we have all the products have been deployed across the country. Thank you.
Kindly stay back, sir. I request Ajish MJ, Senior Lead HR Tata Alexi, to present a small token of gratitude to Prakash sir, Dr. Prakash sir. Thank you, sir. Our final technical talk is on digital health implementation in India, opportunities and challenges. It is my honor to introduce Shri Subodh PS, Scientist G and Group Head, Health Technology Group at CDAC Thiruvananthapuram. With over 25 years of distinguished service, he has led many national missions. A recipient of the United Nations Award 2024 and holder of multiple patents, he continues to shape impactful innovations for the nation. We are privileged to have him with us today. May I now invite Shri Subodh PS to deliver the talk.
Good afternoon. Myself, Subodh PS, I am representing the Health Technology Group of CDAC Thiruvananthapuram. In fact, health technology is one of the verticals across the CDAC centers. But in CDAC Trivandrum, we primarily focus on medical device development. But today I will be talking about the opportunities and challenges of implementing the digital health ecosystem in the country. So I will start with, so what is digital health? Digital health is nothing but usage of the digital technology, the devices, your mobile or your computer or whatever it is, for implementing the health solutions. Now, why this digital health is important in a country like India? You all know that we are first in terms of the population. So we now have more than 140 crore population in the country. And if you have to provide quality healthcare to all the citizens of the country, the only solution is implementation of digital health. Now, that means the health ecosystem should be accessible to all the people across the nation. And if you take the condition wherein which you use teleconsultation, before COVID, we didn't have any mechanism for teleconsultation at all, or an online consultation at all. So post-COVID, what happened is that the eSanjeevani app got so popular that people began to use this eSanjeevani. And this eSanjeevani is developed by CDAC Mohali team, and it actually paved the first basis for implementation of such an application in a government sector and accessed by the common man. So from the government perspective, India was normally referred to as the dumping ground of medical devices. You know why? Because all the developed nations used to sell second-hand medical devices to India or refurbished medical devices to India. For example, MR machines, CT machines, X-ray machines, all these refurbished items used to be sold in India. But in 2017, the medical device rules came into existence where the CIDESCO certification was made mandatory to all the medical devices which are on sale in India. If you don't follow this rule, you will face legal repercussions. So this particular rule actually paved the way for a digital health tech revolution in the country. Of course, we are all living in a phase wherein which we are all part of multiple revolutions. For example, if you take the digital economy, India as a country, if you see, we are the fourth largest digital economy of the world. Why? It didn't happen overnight. The government had to provide the infrastructure or the layering needed for multiple people to collaborate and create an ecosystem wherein which this digital economy progresses. As a result of which, the NPCL came into being, which is nothing but the National Payment Corporation of India Limited, which provides the infrastructure support for the app developers, for the banks, and for the common man to access the digital economy. That is why we are all able to use our apps, Google Pay, Paytm, and other things. So in such a model, the government is also planning to implement digital health ecosystem in the country. For the digital finance ecosystem or the digital payment ecosystem, the government has to strictly make a policy for all banks to comply to core banking. That is why the digital payment infrastructure was made possible, because interoperability between banks is possible. Now, in the case of digital health, what is the dream? Everyone is having a unique ID. So if you go to a hospital, you will have a unique ID. Then if you go to another hospital, whatever images you have taken, whatever tests you have taken in the first hospital will be made available in the second hospital, wherever it is in India. So how is this possible? You have to have a unique ID. And for that, the government has introduced something called as Aadhaar ID. So this unique ID mechanism is the first need for such a digital health ecosystem. And the second thing is there should be a common framework through which the hospitals can communicate. But when it comes to hospital, the critical thing is that the data exchange is not possible, because whatever digital data related to health a person is giving, the owner of that data is the patient themselves. So the hospital is only a custodian. The hospital is never allowed to transfer data from one hospital to another hospital. So always the custodian is the patient. So how will this be made possible? The only solution is that the data will never go to the next hospital, but always there can be a middleman, which is nothing but something provided by the government, which can raise a query to that particular hospital, take only the relevant data and show it to the next hospital. But in between this, the patient also is there. So the patient has to give consent for this. How can they do? Yes, you can have an app in your mobile. So when the hospital, when the second hospital you visit, ask for a particular data from the first hospital which you visited, you actually have to give consent through a mobile app. So this infrastructure, who will provide? So basically, for that, the government has created something called as ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So Ayushman Bharat digital mission ensures the interoperability between hospitals by also including the patient in the loop to take the consent. So what is the status of this implementation in the country? 74 crores Aadhaar IDs have been generated. 3.5 lakh hospitals have been enrolled. 1.59 lakh health facilities are currently using ABDM services, and 49 crore health records have been generated. But is this enough? This is not at all enough. You see, only 3.5 lakh hospitals have been enrolled. So this process is going on. Now, what is the opportunity that we can see by this ABDM implementation? See, these ABDM APIs will be made accessible to developers as well. So once the kind of exchange that I just now suggested, just now told, is made possible, developers also will have access to this data. Why developers need to have access to this data? Then only you can have AI based solutions, because to develop any solution you need data. So that will be made possible. Now, what are all the critical components of the digital revolution in healthcare? Of course, the primary aim of health service is to provide patient care. So how to make this, to give a quality patient care, you need to have medical devices, you need to have digital health solutions. So the citizen is the last beneficiary. So, but citizen has to be in the loop. Then you need to have certifying bodies in place, regulatory bodies in place. Then the industry, academy and R&D industries plays a key role to develop these devices indigenously. Then, as I earlier mentioned, the ABDM will provide the compute infrastructure, and the government has to create policies, and there should be a storage infrastructure, and finally the hospitals, clinics and other related organizations have to be made part of this entire ecosystem. So all these people have to collaborate to make this digital revolution a possibility in India. So if you ask me the number of AI solution which has been successfully deployed across the country, I can count it in few numbers. Why? Because already most of the hospitals are, especially government hospitals, are overloaded by patients. In India, for 50,000 population, we have something like 5 or 6 doctors. Whereas in a country like United States, we have around 25 doctors per 40,000 to 50,000 population. So that ratio is very different in India. So the doctors are always overloaded. So to develop an AI solution, the primary requirement should come from doctors. So as has been discussed previously, that the AI system has to go to the place where the data is residing. We have to make one thing more clear. The AI development should start at the hospital. It should not be in the laboratory. So the doctor is a key component in development of any AI solution. So that is one important aspect wherein which we are not getting much help because of the overload of the doctors. And the basic research can come from academicians, but the solutions and the once the solution is developed, it has to be actually validated. Again, it has to go back to the hospital, and the data can never leave the hospital. So these things have to be taken into account, and we have to ensure data protection, privacy, IP rights, and we have to have infrastructure to do all these things. So from the government side, the buzzword is Make in India. But along with the Make in India, there is another buzzword which is Develop in India. We should have some of the technologies indigenously. For example, the MRI. In all over the world, if you ask, like there are only 5 companies which supply MRI machines in the entire world. So in India also a lot of MR development is happening, but we don't have the total technology with us. So government invested in an Indian MRI mission. And the status of this Indian MRI mission is that we have the indigenously developed MR machine stationed in Samir campus in IIT Bombay, and the first indigenously built MR machine will be installed in all the Institute of Medical Sciences in December 2025. Now, CDAC has played a key role in the Indian MR mission, wherein which we are the complete software solution provider for the Indian MRI. Similarly, digital dentistry, again that word digital is coming into place. The primary aim is to reduce the number of visits a patient makes to a dentist. Like for example, currently for root canal treatment, we have to go at least say 4 to 5 times to a hospital. If that is reduced to 1, how can that be made possible? That can be made possible only by adding new and new devices or technology, so that the patient care can be made much faster. So we are also into this digital dentistry. That is again an initiative by government, wherein which academia, industry and other partners are collaborating. Even MRI, if you ask, like, see, we have developed only a platform, and on top of its platform, IIT Hyderabad is now working, IIT Mumbai is working, IIT Delhi is working to develop applications which can be seamlessly integrated into the MR ecosystem. So to develop the digital health ecosystem in the country, the primary need from the government sector or organizations like CDAC is in making this platform an open-ended kind, through which you can have collaborations from industries and academia and people who are interested in setting this up. Similarly, we are currently working on robotic surgery, wherein which we plan to develop a device for total knee arthroplasty. This is done in association with IIT Madras, and we already have some partners who will get access to this technology. Maybe in 2026 July, we will have the first mission in place. Similarly, for diabetic retinopathy screening also, across the state of Kerala, we are implementing this screening, wherein which through PHCs, primary health centers, we are providing the diabetic retinopathy screening. The camera will be placed in a primary health center. The images acquired will go to the state data center. Our AI application for the diabetic retinopathy screening will reside in the state data center, and it will do the screening. We also have brain machine applications, where we see that there are no specific products in the market which can be used for patient care. For example, in ICU, for motor neuron disabled patients, if they want to get the attention of caregiver, what is the solution? They cannot speak, but they can have inner speech. So we are developing one application wherein which through inner speech we can get the attention of the caregiver. So similarly, there are a lot of other brain-computer interface applications, like for example, how can you do depression screening? See, there is no quantitative definition of depression. Similarly, for ADHD, is there any quantitative mechanism to evaluate ADHD? The answer is no. It is primarily mostly based on surveys and other things that you evaluate that this person has this level of depression or this level of ADHD. So what do? We have certain exercises which are kind of game, which if you do, you can quantitatively see what is the level of these disabilities or these conditions that you have. And we also have certain exercise tools which can improve the condition. So all these are in development. This I already mentioned about the MRI. This is the MRI software suite. So I'll just quickly go through these things. Next slide. Yeah. In MRI, just showcased, like, even though we did the development of MRI, what are the different opportunities that you are having? Because any of the people in the academia can build applications on this MRI for scanning for certain anatomies, which you call as pulse sequences. Because in GE and in Siemens, if you want to develop a pulse sequence, you have to use the compiler from GE or Siemens. But in case of our MRI, that is not needed. You can use any compiler develop an application and host it on our MRI machine. It is just like the Android app development. This is our MR machine. Similarly, for digital dentistry also, we are developing a lot of applications like cone beam CT scanners, intraoral scanner, extraoral scanner. All these devices are available in India, but the technology is not there in India. Similarly, this is another interesting aspect, simulation systems. For I will just say one example. There is a procedure called as fetal reduction. Fetal reduction means reducing the fetal if it is fetus, if it is not healthy. Typically, you have to do a surgery to do that. But there is a method wherein which you can insert a needle and then reduce the fetus. But in India, there are only a handful of people. See, only radiologists and gynecologists are supposed to do this. There are only a handful of people who can do this really. Why? Because if there is an error, you cannot have multiple piercing of the uterus, then that will rupture. So who will take that risk? So people don't typically do that. So if you have to do the surgery, if you have to do the fetal reduction using a needle, you have to practice for at least 750 use cases. But will you get 750 use cases? No, never. So what is the way out? You have to have simulation systems in place through which you can do the training. But how will that simulation system works? So there should be some mannequin, there should be a needle, and there should be an ultrasound machine. Using the ultrasound image as a base, you have to pierce the needle. So how can you do that? So we will simulate the condition of a patient on the screen in such a way that the person who is getting trained will feel that he is actually doing the procedure. So these kind of simulation system, for example, another thing is needle biopsy. So most of the times error happens, you will not get the exact sample. So how can you train for that? Same simulation system can be used. So we have CT simulation system, we have ultrasound based simulation system, and we have even MR simulation systems for training the people. This is about robotic surgery, and similarly cervical cancer screening. These are some challenges which we really face. Like if you develop some system and you ask the industry to take it up, how can the industry be taken into confidence that this will work? For that, you have to implement, you have to prove this on field. So in case of cervical cancer screening, the pap smear based screening methodology, which is already available, we just automated this methodology so that you can do screening of around 100 to 150 people per day, whereas in manual method you can do a screening of maybe 10 persons. So we proved this in Wayanad. So as on today in Wayanad, in tribal population we are doing this screening, and we have completed screening of more than 80,000 people in Wayanad, and we have detected precancerous conditions of more than 120 people. So this is a classic example of where technology is directly used for the purpose of humanity. So I will just quickly go through. So basically, if you see, for any health technology, it is a multidisciplinary approach is needed, collaboration is needed, government support is needed. We have to comply with all the regulatory requirements, and the data sharing and validation is very critical, and it is challenging also. But for everything there is a solution. Just like what I mentioned, in the case of diabetic retinopathy screening, the solution was that the data goes to the data center of the states, individual states, and our AI will reside in that server. For AI development, the solution was that we are going to create small development centers in each of the government hospitals so that the doctor can directly interact. Similarly, there should be sustainable development goals. As you develop some system and transfer the technology, that is not enough. You should have some mechanism in place so that this is sustained. So with this, I conclude my talk. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
To present the speaker with a memento, Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude the second technical session. This panel discussion is Sustainable Development Goals and the Role of Emerging Technologies. The session unites voices from academia, industry, government, and startups to discuss how technology can drive sustainable progress. We are privileged to invite Sri Prem Krishnan N, Scientist T, Strategic Electronics Group, CIRAC, Thiruvananthapuram, to moderate this discussion.
Very good evening to all of you. We are already short of time, so while the stage is being set, I'll just make the, I'll just give a brief introduction to the theme. So what is it? Is my privilege to welcome all of you to today's panel discussion on sustainable development goals and the role of emerging technologies. Now, the idea of sustainable development first gained global prominence in 1987 with the Brundtland report titled Our Common Future, which defined it as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So this definition highlights two timeless principles, which, the importance of our theme is highlighted here. One theme is needs, which is to prioritize the essential needs of the world's poor. And second is recognizing the limits imposed by technology, which we'll be discussing today, and the social organization on sustainability. So from this foundation, the decades of evolving thought led to the Millennium Development Goals during the period 2000 to 2015, and ultimately the 2030 Agenda, with its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 169 targets, and more than 230 indicators. So today we stand just 5 years away from that 2030 deadline. The recently created, released Sustainable Development Goals Report 2025, it was released only last month in July, gives us a sobering reality check. While undeniable progress has been made in terms of expanding education, improving maternal and child health, increasing access to electricity, and accelerating renewable energy, only 35% of the measurable targets are on track or moving moderately forward. And the picture is sort of uneven. The millions, we are aware that millions still live in extreme poverty, and women, persons with disabilities, and marginalized groups remain disproportionately affected. And global threats, ranging from escalating conflicts and climate disruptions to widening inequalities and rising debt, are eroding the fragile gains. And yet there is hope. Inspiring success stories stand out. So nearly 45 countries have achieved universal electricity access, and 54 have eliminated neglected tropical diseases. And this report highlights 6 critical areas where rapid acceleration is possible. I hope maybe we'll touch upon some of these areas today. One is food systems, energy access, digital transformation, education, jobs and social protection, and climate and biodiversity. And this brings us to the heart of today's discussion. Emerging technologies hold immense promise across these areas, and artificial intelligence can strengthen, say, food security and precision agriculture. Internet of Things, or IoT, can optimize renewable energy grids, and digital platforms can expand access to inclusive education, and advanced climate models can help preserve ecosystems and biodiversity, to quote a few. But the challenge before us is not whether technology can help us achieve these sustainable development goals. It is how we deploy it at scale, inclusively and ethically, to turn this promise into progress. So with that thought, I warmly invite our distinguished panelists to share their insights on how technology can drive us closer to realizing the 2030 vision. May I invite the panelists to please occupy the stage. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So let me do a quick round of introduction of the panelists for today before we start the session. The first, Sri Krishna Kumar is he's scientist G and section head communication and software technology section of CDAC Thiruvananthapuram. He did his master's at IISc Bangalore and bachelor's in electronics engineering from Kochi University of Science and Technology. He has over 25 years in design and of experience in design and development of signal processing based systems and related technologies. His research interests include signal processing for wireless communication, professional mobile radio, software defined radio, cognitive radio and related systems. He's a major key contributor to major software defined radio and cognitive radio projects of CDAC, funded by multiple agencies, which include DRDO, Electronics Corporation of India, Bharat Electronics, and our parent ministry, MeitY. He is involved in the system level design of wireless communication networks for public safety and critical communication applications. It is a member of the Committee for Standardization of Indian Radio Software Architecture. It is also a member of IEEE. Welcome, sir. Next, Mr. Ajish MJ. Ajish is the Global Sustainability Lead of Tata ELXI and works as part of Business Excellence team, which works on organizations' key strategic initiatives. He has rich experience working on various functional areas, including HR and business operations, and has enabled scaling and future-proofing Tata ELXI. With over 25 years of experience, he has worked with world-class organizations, both as a practitioner and as a trusted advisor. As a Tata Business Excellence Model Assessor, and he has assessed multiple Tata Group companies, gaining breadth of experience across the industry. Welcome, Mr. Rajesh. Next, Sri Vinukumar. Sri Vinukumar is Scientist D and Head of Cyber Forensics Section and Software Training and Development Center, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram. He has over 25 years of experience in IT, cybersecurity, embedded systems, and software solutions. He has proven expertise in concept to product development life cycle, including design, R&D, testing, deployment, budgeting, and project management. He has a strong background in leadership mentoring, customer satisfaction, and technology marketing. Skilled in cybersecurity for critical infrastructure, cloud solutions, AI, ML, high-performance computing, and industrial automation. Some of his key contributions include establishment of an R&D team for industrial control security system analysis tools, building teams for ICS security testing, auditing, and training, architect AI-based industrial image processing platform, and co-mission director for exascale HPC storage appliances, and the chief architect of cloud-based industrial automation and SCADA solutions. Welcome, sir. Next is Sri Vinay Ocha. Vinay Ocha is a seasoned leader in the cybersecurity space and currently serves as Director Sales at CCON, a cutting-edge provider of AI-driven threat detection and response solutions with over 22 years of experience in the IT and cybersecurity ecosystem. Vinay has been instrumental in driving strategic growth across the channel and distribution landscape. His deep expertise in building resilient partner ecosystems and enabling secure digital transformation makes him a trusted voice in the cybersecurity industry. At CCON, he focuses on expanding the reach of advanced threat management platforms that empower organizations to proactively detect, analyze, and respond to modern threats in real time. Welcome, sir. Next is Sri Vimal Govind MK. He is the co-founder and managing director of Gen Robotics Innovations Kerala. He leads the in-house technical team and oversees marketing and business strategies. He is a creator of the flagship product, Bandicoot, a robotic solution empowering sanitation workers. He is a mechanical engineering graduate and first rank holder from MES College of Engineering, Calicut University. He has expertise in robotics, powered exoskeletons, pneumatics, hydraulics, machine design, and AI. And Gen Robotics has been recognized as the pride of Kerala by the Honorable Chief Minister. He has featured in Forbes Asia 30 under 30 for developing impactful robotic solutions. His contributions span sanitation, healthcare, oil and gas, and has also represented India at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Welcome, sir. Sri Binoj RV, he joined ISRO in 2004. So he's a good old friend of mine. He was formerly with the Broadcast and Communications Group of CIRAC. He is currently Division Head, Sensor Electronics Division, Inertial Sensors Entity at the ISRO Inertial Systems Unit in Trivandrum. He is a recipient of Young Scientist Merit Award and Team Excellence Award. Some of his major contributions include designed and realized high-performance inertial referencing and accelerometer package for our Aditya L1 mission. The package has played a pivotal role in precise measurement of angular rate and velocity imparted to spacecraft during critical maneuvers, including final halo orbit insertion, and designed and delivered inertial referencing and accelerometer packages for Chandrayaan 1, 2, and 3 missions. Design and development of inertial reference units for all remote sensing, communication, geosat, and scientific missions. Conceptualized and designed micro IRU and MEMS IRU for microsat and nanosat missions. Responsible for the design and development of hemispherical resonator gyroscope for launch vehicle and satellite missions. Welcome, Binoj. Lastly, Linoy Lasser. He is the head of IT and security at Axia Technologies. Linoy is a transformational leader with over 20 years of experience driving enterprise technology strategy, security, governance, and digital transformation. He has industry exposure across automotive, technology, real estate, hospitality, construction, retail, and telecom sectors in UAE and India. Proven expertise in IT governance policies and implementing IEC ISO 27001, TI, SACS, and GDPR aligned security frameworks. Skilled in building resilient tier 3 data centers and optimizing hybrid infrastructure for cost efficiency. Specialized in modernizing SaaS and PaaS licensing models. And he has been recognized for implementing Zero Trust Identity and Access Management with Microsoft Entra ID, Zero Touch IT Operations, and IT Service Management aligned to Information Technology Infrastructure Library for improved service delivery compliance and reduced IT operational expenditure. Welcome, sir. So the panel discussion is expected to be as follows. One, we'll start with opening remarks, wherein panelists can express their perspectives pertaining to their areas of interest, and followed by questions to panelists. So we have some set of questions to the panelists, and then we throw the floor. We'll open the floor to the audience. We can take questions from the audience, and finally we'll have a set of closing comments. So depending on, I know we have to do a hard stop before by 5 or so. So let's see how it goes. So may I invite Sri Krishnakumaris to make his opening remarks.
Hello. So very good evening to my fellow panelists and the audience and the moderator. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity to be part of this elite panel. So in the interest of time, I will keep my remarks quite short. And Subodh has concluded his talk highlighting the importance of sustainable development goals, achieving sustainable development goals. And just taking it forward from there, as probably you might have understood from the introduction, that I come from a background of communication technologies, in particular wireless communication. Communication has been and continues to play a key role in achieving sustainable development goals, and obviously communication enables pervasive connectivity, access to information, and foster economic growth, notably in both urban and rural economic growth. And communication is also an enabler facilitating quality education, healthcare, as Subodh mentioned, and commerce. Lesser known aspects are like the areas like public safety, where the communication is very important in case of public safety. We in CDAC, we work on this particular area quite a lot. We have our own public safety communication system based on the Tetra standard which we had developed. Then emergency support and disaster recovery. So you might have heard about the ERSS systems which are deployed all across the nation. So these are also enabled by communication technology in the background. So disaster relief and mitigation, these are all important aspects of achieving sustainable development goals where communication play a major role. So while this is one side of the coin, the communication technologies themselves are growing, I would say, at a breakneck speed. And the historically communication is always been like wireless communication and in general communication has been, the thrust was more on achieving higher throughputs, higher quality of service, diversity of services, minimizing delay, and all these performance parameters were considered to be premium. And what received less attention is basically things like power efficiency, energy efficiency, except in certain very rare cases where, okay, I think most of us are worried about energy efficiency of a communication system only when we try to hook our cell phones at the end of a tether which connects to the power socket, and how often you have to recharge your mobile phones. That's probably the only time when we are in general worried about power efficiency or energy efficiency of a system. So this has been the story, but at the same time, the spectral efficiency and power efficiency are two aspects of communication system which there is a trade-off between. Like ever since Shannon wrote his famous paper in 1948, it is a well-known fact that these two things cannot be simultaneously optimized. And there is also the other aspect, which is the circuit power, that is the power that is consumed by the circuit which enables all these things. So the idea is here, while this itself, like with the advent of and the acceleration of these technologies, the communication system or communication technology, which is an enabler for achieving sustainable development goals, itself is creating its own set of problems which need to be addressed. So this kind of a bootstrapping that is happening. So of late there has been an attention to this aspect, and since 2010 onwards, or maybe around that time, there were attempts and there were initiatives which tried to make the communication technologies themselves greener, and some of these include better modulation techniques, coding techniques, or maybe things like optimizing the power amplifier circuits, or even I would say that to cut it short, I would say that there are attempts to make the communication power efficient at device level, at network level, and at systems level. And the 5G, the 6G communication, which is 6G standard, which is upcoming, is kind of, they are starting with sustainable development goals as part of the standardization itself from the very outset of the standardization. So these are some of the initiatives that is happening globally, but due to the paucity of time and you're all probably more eager to listen to the invited speakers. So I just stop it here, and I will if there is a question, if there is time, and if there are questions, then we'll take up the other points further. So thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. I kind of bring in the industry point of view on sustainability and how industry contributes to sustainable development goal. Absolutely, there's no doubt that industry plays a huge role in ensuring that the sustainable development goals are being taken care of. It has to be integrated, and it is getting integrated to the key strategies of the organization, how we are looking at our product and services, how are we looking at, certain collaborations that we work on. Now, whenever any organization look at sustainability, the first and the foremost thing which comes into the picture is the decarbonization, decarbonization of the organization, decarbonization of its supply chain. But, the sustainability and sustainability measures for an industry does not limit. It's not just that, we need to be decarbonizing the economy or decarbonizing the organization. It goes much wider, right from the waste management and the water management of the world to the biodiversity, has like how does the industrial revolution go along with the the ecological values. That's the most important parameter which comes into play. The second, if I may say, the most important thing is how does a collaboration ecosystem plays out. While as a research institution, CDAC might be thinking that there's a bigger play, organizations play in this particular ecosystem. But I'll just give you an example. I was actually working with one of the startup. Of course, not Gen Robotics. It is a two-wheeler startup, and they said they took close to about 7 years to bring out a vehicle, a two-wheeler, an EV, into the Indian market. And as a corporate, I know if a product does not fly in 2 years, it gets shelved. Okay, so can an enterprise work with that level of maturity to bring out a product, spending 7 years in R&D and ensuring that it's still a success in the market? It's a question that we need to ponder. But that's where this whole concept of ecosystem play comes into picture, where the industry can evangelize policy advocacy. It can bring in academia and tell this whole ecosystem what are the priorities that we need to be working on. So I think industry can definitely play a big role in terms of evangelizing that ecosystem and creating that kind of a policy advocacy. But I think the core here is the product and service stewardship, as to like how does the products and services that the industry brings to the market, it actually aids to the sustainability, not just at the supply chain end, not the so-called the upstream and downstream, but also the products and services that they bring in, and how does it accounts for the sustainable development goal. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. So that was a wonderful introduction about SDG made by the moderator at the beginning of the session. That was really good, and my previous speakers also had put some good effort in bringing out a few aspects. But my perspective, taking into the current responsibilities, all of you know, SDG, when we are speaking out, actually, as mentioned by the moderator at the beginning, there are certain defined roles, goals actually, and 7 members had been mentioned there. That's fine. Okay. So 17. There are certain 17 goals that has been set actually, but the SDG, when we look into, we have to view entirely from a global perspective, not from an individualistic perspective. Then only from a nation's point of view, if you look at the SDG that is set forth by UN or that has been adapted by a particular country and later into independent federal states of the country, all these things, when it percolate down actually and getting implemented at the grassroots level, what I observe there is that it is a broken state, and each individual, whatever the efforts put forward by the technologists or the technocrats, goes in a broken state. But how do we collect those things and build it, connect it, and make it as a global element, and better bring out a good solution out of that for the Mother Earth as a whole, will be a very challenging task. In that process, when SDG has been first put forward and has evolved up to the current state actually, to what extent we had achieved, we have really need to introspect ourselves. Let us take few examples. We know the Green Tribunal being established, and we know we have the Central Green Tribunal. But there are lot of atrocities that is happening about the deforestation and other kind of challenges. The kind of systems that has been brought forward, the kind of forensic systems itself to identify such kind of challenges. You know, lot of monitoring systems, there are a lot of IoT related systems, etc. being put forward. And to protect the wildlife itself, there are lot many fencing and other kind of solutions. But the results that has been brought out of those efforts, when it is being converted as digital evidence for a forensics processing and to identify the relevance of the case that has been brought to such a court, actually, if we look into it, it has to go a long way ahead, actually. And this is not really happening with our country. If you look into various countries, the states are very much diversified. So I feel that this one typical example that I had taken, as my colleague Krishna Kumar and my previous speaker had mentioned, if I am taking examples, explaining, it won't go actually. This is only a spark that I had put forward. Maybe in the second round I can add more into this one. So SDG definitely need to be addressed and in a very serious way, and the law framework as well as the forensics community definitely have lot many things to contribute, and that is from my humble angle. My fellow speakers will definitely connect you people to other domains of this also. Thank you for the moment actually.
Since I come from a cybersecurity background, so I just want to reiterate how our lives are touching every aspects of digitalization. Because whatever we do in the real world, right, maybe 16 to 17 hours, I think we are there onto the digital platform, whether we work, whether we use mobile, watch TV, whatever we do, right? So our lives are collected to the digital domain now. Now, how those data are there from every environment who are working with those digital domain. So how to secure those environment is now what the real challenge is. Initially, maybe if you see 10, 15 years back, not much was thought about in this domain, like in security domain in that case. But now it is touching every aspects of every business, right? From small enterprises to larger business or small customers, right? So everybody is getting impacted. So how I think those scenarios can be addressed, having a scenario or solution which is affordable and it helps those enterprises to secure their business. Because if you see the overall domain, why I think people need security. Maybe if we categorize it into three broader segments, one is data security itself. Nobody wants their data to go out, it should be secure. Second is business disruption. There is an attack, your system goes down for a day, I think you can quantify the losses. So that is one. And the third is compliances. Now compliances plays a major role. If you see like 10 years back, or maybe even 6, 7 years back, compliances were there, but they were not being followed. But now if you see government is putting more in focus on compliances, that is where I think now people are getting really serious into the security domain. That is why I think a lot of opportunities are getting created, and the growth is getting led by smaller towns, right? BCT class cities, right? So that is becoming more important and prominent in this case, right? So that is leading towards development. So maybe we'll touch more about how I think we are working on that. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So I'm standing here representing startup community. I'm standing here also representing robotics and AI. And from this particular point of view, sustainable development goal is very critical. Normally people say, I'll build a business and become a billionaire, millionaire, and then I look into serve the nation or country or society or whatever. They become non-profit after some period of time. But from Gen Robotics Journey point of view, we took sustainable development goal itself as a business model. Rather than waiting to become a billionaire, let us also contribute to the society development from the starting itself. So that was our motive. most of our engineers, we also have engineers from ISRO, CDAC and all that, they come and work for, giving their deliverables into various sustainable development goals. We are working on clean energy and specifically on the sanitation and waste management area. That particular area was one thing we started. We created a robotic devices to help the people to have manage the better management of wastewater. So that is one of the sustainable development goal we are working. And the Bendigood robot itself is actually handling around 6 to 7 sustainable development goal all itself, including developing the people from the, from doing a manual cleaning of the waste into robotic operator type of a development. So that is also added into another sustainable development goal that UN is actually setting for development. And if you look at the other domain that we are working is health, specifically in health, we are working to help people with the disability. So there are different types of disease which cause disability, and to make the rehabilitation of these people better, we have robotic devices now which speed up the things. So this is also empowering our people and again adding value to the sustainable development. We working on the inclusion side, all that. So from our perspective, a country like India, robotics and AI is having great role on, in adding value to the innovation very much in perspective of sustainable development goal. And I also wish to speak more on those lines in the coming discussions. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, all. Actually, I think this space technology is one of the areas which touch upon the most number of points listed under this SDG goals, like agriculture, education, health, then climate control, then what to say, infrastructure development. All those things are touched upon by space technology. Basically, this space technology, if you see, it contributes directly and indirectly. So, direct contribution, when I say, I mean the fleets of satellite which is already there in geo orbit, LEO orbit, and the navigational satellites. They are providing a lot of services for these things. And more than that, there are some indirect applications or indirect way it is helping to achieve these goals. That is mainly comes from the space technology spin-offs. Spin-offs comes like nowadays we are not at all aware that these technologies were developed for the space technology and it become part of our life. A typical example is our water purifier system. So it was first developed for the astronauts where their excretions were purified for, and that for that purpose it was developed. It was developed, and subsequently, there are scratch-resistant lens is there. So which was also a part of technology developed for the astronaut helmet visors. So that is very common in normal life now. And what the area which I am working is mainly in gyroscopes and accelerometers. So earlier it was only used for the inertial navigation purpose for in the launch vehicle and satellite systems for the dead reckoning. Without any external thing, it can say where I am now. That is what is inertial navigation. But now if you see in the automobile industry, a lot of new technologies like ABS, ADAS, all these things are adopting these gyroscopes and accelerometers. A combination of this gyro output and accelerometer output is used for vehicle stability control also. And this IMUs, a combination of gyro and accelerometer, currently it is being used for the space. When you are going through the tunnel, there is no opportunity to get an external signal. So that way also these IMUs are helping. So that way it is contributing a lot in these areas. So in the next round I will touch upon other areas also. So I pass the mic to the.
Good evening. I'm Lino. I'm from a technology, information technology and security domain. So I thought of covering my areas where the innovation is really happening, which my one of fellow panelists which mentioned, Gen AI. That is one of the possibilities currently in the world everyone is looking at. And the other one is the quantum computing. Both were in a discussion, but the time is now, and it is in, and everyone is start using, or somewhere they are planning to adopt these technologies, where it brings lot of opportunities. Similarly, it has its own challenges, which develop along with this product. So when connect with SDG, how we can, as a leaders, business or technology leaders, can shape the technology that can be beneficial for the people and their data and the trust. Basically, this cybersecurity, we say it's a trust. We build a trust using a cybersecurity. When it comes to a technology, yes, we build a innovation which can reduce people. Uh, I'll put it another way. How easy we can make their life in work or in connectivity or so these are the views that I like to bring it in this discussion, and yes, I'm looking forward to the questions.
Thank you. So we will have the second round where, so I'll put questions to the panelists. So I think I will start with Vimal Govind. Since you have already mentioned that you're representing robotics here. So of late we have heard much of the Industry 4 technologies, AI, robotics. So in what ways can Industry 4 technologies transform traditional industries? When you talk of traditional industries, you have large number of people employed in them. So how do you think they can transform traditional industries without displacing large sections of the workforce?
So, when I started the journey in robotics and AI, from the day one itself, this is a question of people asking, we are replacing people. But yes, that is the ultimate reality of robotics, to be frank. But there are two types of scenarios. I have seen many companies who build humanoid robots. I'm not saying any specific specialized robots or anything. Humanoid robots. These companies are valued at more than $1 billion in US and China. The major reason is that in countries like US and Europe, we does not have people to do even menial jobs now. So this is one part of the world is look like in labor intensive areas. And even we think about India and China, why China is having $1 billion companies. China is not trying to sell it in house, but they are also trying to export it and becoming again a hardware hub on this specific aspect. But in Indian context, yes, we have large number of workforces, and any way of putting these kind of robotic devices is actually disrupt Indian ecosystem very badly. And my point of view is that even in this, the way that how we handle the sanitation industry. In sanitation industry, even though it is illegal to put people into manholes around 10 meters down the ground, sewer systems, it's a confined space where a lot of human waste and other things are flowing. People are entering and doing. This is illegal as per Indian rules and regulations, but people are doing. And even now also, every 5 days, one person is dying in India due to this particular job. I personally feel, and no human also definitely feel, that this is something human should do. And in order to create a complete autonomous solution which handles the entire system, it's very much R&D intensive, and a lot of capital has to infuse. And that is also not a scenario in India, especially on terms of investing into innovations and technology. We have a lot of people also there. So in this way, a combined approach of taking away some of the harshest and most essential things which is humanly impossible and inhuman, that entering into this dangerous space, we can eliminate that part with technology, and the rest of the part we can also make the human as a part of the process. I think this is a better way of solving Indian problems and introducing this advanced technology to Indian context as well. So that cobalt approach is the most important thing, or the best way of introducing any type of solutions to the Indian context. For that, even though world is doing a lot in automation, we can do it fast. We can get into a even though I mentioned about the billion-dollar companies who is building humanoid robots, till now they are not able to create any revenue out of it. It's all concepts for the future. And when the things are completely ready, definitely that will make a lot of revenue from US and other developed market. But in India, if you think, this is a 60 lakh robot which will does all the job and versus a labor, we'll definitely go for labor. That's why even we have solutions for manual scavenging also, still people are going for human labor, because there itself, even with the limited amount of technology input into the space itself, we are not able to compete with the labor market. So heavily investing into R&D and shifting to entirely an autonomous mode is not a better strategy. But still, we feel even in sanitation industry also, because of the integration of technology, specifically the internet exploration, information exploration, which is actually leading to every part of India, even to the root level, informations are getting, people are knowing, people are educated. Because of this, the new people coming into the sanitation industry is largely reducing, and this is going to be a concern in the future. So when it become a concern, we'll always get an opportunity to enter into that space using automation. So my point is that if we suddenly move with this new technology into the space, definitely that's how AI exploded in the chat GPT. One of the day they launched it and suddenly it became a huge thing and it started disrupting. But if we make it little slow, by controlling the implementation and everything and utilizing that patience capital also in terms of economy itself into the space, it's a better approach. And that's approach what we are trying to take, and that way we can reinvent the jobs, we can give people opportunity to reskill. And for this particular aspect, I definitely think a policy framework is also needed, and in order to introduce this kind of thing. With that, I'm ending.
Thank you. So I'll pose the next question to Mr. Lino Lazar. What, since you represent the cybersecurity, what are the unique cybersecurity challenges posed by emerging technologies? We mentioned about IoT, AI, in the context of achieving SDGs, and how do you think those challenges can be addressed?
As I stated or covered earlier, my talk, there are the emerging technologies comes with a lot of problem solving, and that eases the human lives on a daily basis. But parallelly, it brings challenges which has. I was seeing one of the presentation of connected vehicles. We are from the automotive world, where we work with automotive leading automotive manufacturers, and the insight is any connected vehicles. If you take, there are minimum 500 to more IoT devices are connected, and this this IoT device comes from a different vendors. How they develop this, how it is secured, this we don't know. Like this has to be comes through a proper security test and compliance test alone. Otherwise, it will be a opportunity for attacker to manipulate. Let's example, yesterday I was having a discussion with one of the ethical hacker. He was really demonstrating how one of the I don't want to mention that vehicle, it's still in the roads, how it is vulnerable using to unlock and start the car as very 2013 model. So that is the challenge which grows along with the technology. People use keyless entry, that's a luxury, or it's a where the safety is on a question. Similarly, Gen A is a very buzzword, as you stated, and so it is disrupting the people by any attacker can feed a small manipulated data to the training model, which can give a output of a wrong wrong output that can lead to a different context. Let's example in a healthcare, we started many of the healthcare started using Gen AI, and let's example, a scan data which has a small manipulation or a small change that will cause a huge impact for that person. So how we can protect as the technology leaders, we have to have those devices wherever it's possible. We have to ensure the security. Let's example, it may be a firmware. I'm just going to a very very technical. We have to have a complex password. Many IoT devices are still using with a standard or a default password, which they don't. Maybe they forgot to change it after the deployment, but are still there. That is one of the area for any attacker person. Or the other opportunity for attackers are firmwares. Firmwares timely upgrading software is very important. This is where in a connected vehicles, which is in a road or in a hospital where the scannings are happening, or any other industries where we use IoTs for weather predictions. We use IoTs for what is called the agriculture. So wherever a wrong information feed can be lead, but this has to be addressed from the time of design. The person who designed this, the first security should be in their thought, and they have to be shaped in a way that there will be always a check verification before it the every version has come to the product as a market, and when it has come to the end user. This is how we can face or we can control the security challenges.
Thank you. So I will pose the question to Sri Krishna Kumar. So in the context of sustainable development, there is always talk of reducing consumption. That is the buzzword, that we come across often. But then this is at odds with our consumption pattern. The important point is about technological obsolescence. So you just need to observe our own usage pattern of mobile phones. How long do we use one? How frequently we change. But then there is a question of increasing e-waste and how do you handle it and all that. So in the context of sustainable development, what is your perspective on technology obsolescence?
Very interesting question. Technology obsolescence is one big challenge to I think sustainable development goals. E-waste for one, for example, like the changes happen, like the life cycle of a technology is exponentially decreasing, and the throwaway culture it's a multifaceted problem. It's not just technology alone, but there are also societal angles, there are also cultural angles, there are also various other angles. But from the technology perspective, the post-industrial revolution thought process is achieving more and more performance and the performance and efficiency in terms of the stated communication objective from our side is throughput and all that. Probably other industries have their own parameters, but this sustainability or repeatability, reuse, and all those things are kind of an afterthought that came later in the thought process. So this is probably something which we can debate on a lot, but I think due to the paucity of time, not venturing into that, but probably like one point that I can talk about here is the reuse or recycling of the hardware, and the innovation through software using reconfigurable, reusable hardware probably is one catchphrase that we can probably use, and elaborating on this probably is not possible now. I think other speakers are also waiting for to put their comments on their topics.
Thank you. So I will pose the next question to Mr. Vinay Ocha. So thinking futuristically, let's say 5 years down the line, what do you see as the most promising AI and ML applications for strengthening cybersecurity across sectors?
So you see, I think when we started, I think our journey, right, 10 years back, I suppose. So our base was only MLNI. I think during that time, nobody was talking about MLNAI in that aspect. So what this AI MLN is doing is just trying to optimize the time which is required to find a problem right and give you a solution. And we keep on training those MLNAI model. Maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line, the basis is like now the technology is being used by maybe 20, 30, for example, I'm giving example, 20, 30% of the organization or the environment. Moving forward, we see like every environment will be going under 24/7 scrutiny or monitoring of their infrastructure. So that is why I think we see it is becoming a standard to have a 24/7 monitoring across their environment, because people want to see like, okay, they have a traffic coming, whether it is a real traffic, whether it's a false traffic, or no, whether it is any threat is coming along with it. So maybe humans are there, but technology cannot supersede humans. Of course, humans can be reduced, but the real decision making will be done by humans only after you find a fault in the environment. Then you take the technology help to mitigate those threats which is coming into those environments. So 5 years, 10 years down the line, the acceptability of this technology will be much more larger and adaptable, because if we see 5, 10 years down the line, maybe 5-10%, I can say like people knew, but I think compliance were not there. It was not been enforced. But moving forward, people know what the real threat is. So moving forward, it will only spread, and it is just like how we see glass as half full or half empty. So we have to see the aspects of, like, we see positive aspect of it. Of course, there are negative aspects of it, but we have to look at a broader picture of how it is benefiting the human race. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll pose the next question to Mr. Binovich. So one is there is, this is, in fact, low Earth orbit satellites is a topic of interest currently, especially in the context of some of the policy issues that we came across in the context of license for Starlink, and then what possibilities what possibilities they open up. So, in your view, how do low Earth orbit satellites enable sustainable development goals?
So as I mentioned earlier, the most important areas where space technology contributes is agriculture, health and education. And recently, in terms of these low Earth orbit satellites, the major upcoming scheme is that infrastructure development in terms of that internet connectivity to the remote areas. So for that only now technology is changing for the constellation of satellites in the low Earth. Like Starlink and OneWeb, they are going towards providing.
But one question I had is, isn't it going to take time, because you need more number of satellites to cover, right?
That is true. That is true. But that is required also. Why? Because the advantage, the geosynchronous satellites, the problem is always we are placing a satellite at a particular orbital slot. So it can see only a portion of the Earth, and it is always seeing that portion of the Earth. So to have global connectivity, what we need is a low Earth orbit satellite, where the satellite completes one orbit in approximately 90 minutes. So there is always a possibility of global coverage. So that global coverage is required for providing these type of infrastructure, then disaster warning, and this climate change monitoring. All these purposes, global scenario we should be able to see. So for that, LEO satellites are very much important. But the problem is when we are launching a low Earth orbit satellite, the time at which it dwells on a particular region is very limited. Like the whole Indian region will be passed in some 10 to 15 minutes, it will pass on. So there comes the question of revisiting time. So how frequently I can see that particular area once again for a cartographic purpose. I want to image that area once again. So how fast I can do? Then the question comes about the multiple satellites. So more satellites has to be put in the similar orbit or nearby orbit, so that the revisit time can be reduced. So that way more satellites are required for meeting the mission demands. So that is why more satellites are coming up, and for internet connectivity also that is very much essential. Another advantage of low Earth orbit is for internet connectivity, the latency is very less. The other one is 36,000 kilometers, and here we are talking about around 500 kilometer orbit. So the latency is very less. So that always gives an advantage on this data connectivity. And the replacing the satellite at this orbit is also easy, because once we launch something to 36,000 orbit, there is no possibility of bringing it back. It can be pushed to the satellite graveyard outside the 36,000 orbit. But in low Earth orbit, there is always now new norms are coming. It has to be brought back. That is a controlled re-entry is a must before the life ends. So we will not keep the dead satellites there. It has to be
that
brought
I
back.
presume is done with the intention of reducing space debris.
Yes. It is a part. It's a mandatory requirement. Now we have to have a controlled re-entry for all these lower satellites. So that way, this contributes to this thing. And a few satellites also I will mention. So if you see the Doordarshan news, we always see a image that weather forecast. As part of weather forecast, we see an Indian subcontinent with clouds spread over the region. So it is now it is imaged by a satellite called INSAT 3DS. It is taking the image, and that's what we are seeing. And for that Odisha coast and all, lot of this high-speed winds are blowing, and the SCATSAT is responsible for monitoring all these things. And the OceanSat is responsible for finding the potential fishing zones by monitoring the sea surface temperature and giving information to the fishermen. And the health, as we all know, telemedicine, that eSanjeevani app was developed with this infrastructure only, this telemedicine. Then tele-education is there, where the remote areas are connected with GeoSat communication satellites. So if we say in multiple areas, geo as well as geo satellites contributes towards achieving these SDG goals.
Thank you. Then I'll pose the next question to Mr. Vinukumar Ayar. Sir, as cyber threats become more sophisticated, especially we are talking of deep fakes, AI-generated attacks, etc. How do you, since you come from the cyber forensics domain, so what sort of future skills and technologies do you think digital forensic experts would need? That's more of a futuristic question I asked.
Yeah, that is very much true actually. From the forensics community, when we are looking into the problems that are posed by the technologies like deepfake, is becoming a really challenge. And where did it all started from? In my last round of answering the question related to the digital forensics in SDG, I was mentioning about the disintegrated forensics evidence elements, and how can we connect this forensics evidence elements is by bringing in all the digital evidence into a common platform and apply some technique like AI. Now, the mechanisms that are happening, if in a common portfolio, when we are looking into, initially years before, when a particular criminal or an individual was getting arrested, or a gang or a mob is getting arrested actually, maybe we had seen scenarios where the mob, around 300 to 400 devices were brought for a case, and few people, 2-3 people, then what we have seen the scenario in the current scenario is around 15 devices it will come. 5 years before, the load onto the forensics analyst was in such a way, hardly 5 devices or 2-3 devices, and we can wave off our hands by clearing the case in very easy time. But now that's not the scenario. And one of the other challenges is that when we are investigating on particular thing, say for example, a particular type of crime actually, when we are deep exploring into the evidentiary system, evidence information, we have to search for critical elements. And second, nowadays the challenge that are coming is that the questions that has been posted to the evidence, that itself it goes in the form of photographs. Whether this is we say the question phase means an individual's photo has to be checked with a database of photographs, then it will become a questions phase. So similarly, that is now more demand that is coming from the forensic community is that we have to search for DNAs, and whenever DNA we have to search for, we have to search for faces, we have to search for even other parameters like scratch marks on the surface of or shoe mark, etc. Just like that, the challenges are going up. There we have to loop in AI. AI is going to be really a strength actually. But taking the example of what the moderator has mentioned, is that when the advanced AI applied, maybe generative AI itself applied is the reason why the modern the video with sound, this sound with other combination, all these things are popping up, and this becoming a big challenge. Many times we had come across scenarios where Prime Minister's voice has been spoofed, or Prime Minister's video has been put actually, but somebody else will be, or the sound itself with a concept will be put where they want to inject their voice, their concepts put through Prime Ministers. So how is it possible? Is through the deepfake and other technologies that are coming up. So currently the solution for this one is to detect such scenarios where such misuse of technology is happening. For what are we have to come up with more number of tools, and there are lot many efforts that are happening in the open source front also, where many tools, new tools are coming up, but the accuracy level is becoming a big challenge, because many a times you cannot take it directly to the court of law. The problem that the forensic community is facing is that um, what we are seeing is that for deepfake related evidence correlation, 85% is the maximum what we are getting, where no court will be accepting such scenarios, and it is becoming a challenging discussion in the parliament also. So more advanced tools have to be brought in. At the same time, the community as well as the citizen should also be bothered about the new challenges. Appropriate education has to be applied to make people understand. Then only the solution will be completely suitable for a sustainable citizenship across the country. Otherwise, we can't establish a clear lawful state actually. So definitely AI is putting its own positives as well as negative. Positive in the sense it is giving more power in reaching up to an appropriate investigating into a case, reaching up to the correct evidence and correlating and presenting it in the court. Actually, we can buy justice for people. But at the same time, these kind of challenges are also. So it's definitely a trade-off. So better awareness among all the stakeholders in the appropriate sense, that is very much required. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'll put the last question to Mr. Rajesh. So one is, how do you see the growing role of industry's contribution to sustainable development goals? Because often we hear talk of it's reducing carbonization. So, what is your perspective on that?
So, like I said, I think the industry is all about making money at the end of the day. But how can that money making be done in a very responsible manner then becomes the key factor. And that's where the innovation that the organizations does, just like what Gen Robotics has done, where sustainability itself becomes a revenue model for the organization. I think the organizations are gradually evolving to that space where the sustainability goal itself becomes a revenue model, or probably even a cost differentiator. Let me just give you an example, so that we all can internalize. Can we ever imagine a company like Tata Steel thinking about steel production being independent of mine? Okay, and that's a reality today. If you were to see, about 30% of the Tata Steel's raw material comes from scrap. It does not come from the mines in Orissa and other places. So what they have done is, like, they have created a digital ecosystem. There's an app called Ferrous Hearth, where it actually brings in close to about 200 vendors, the scrap dealers, and that becomes, you know, a loop back for the industry to get back its raw material. You know, that's in true sense creating a circular economy. Just to take one more example, possibly could be a bit anecdotal, but then still I would want to take this, is on AI. You know, we all talk about AI. We are also talking about, is AI now another dot-com, bubble, which is going to burst at any point of time. We also saw Nvidia shares also kind of taking a hit, even after a phenomenal, run that they have had in the market. But I think the concept of responsible AI is something that every organization has to embrace. Even before thinking about AIification, as we call it as today, is the use case that we are talking about really AI, qualified? Should I use AI, or can I use my conventional technologies itself to kind of, take care of this particular problem? I think these are some very important answers that the organizations today have to, answer even before they try to invest, or try to put their hands into these technologies. These are just some examples, but if we kind of look around us, we'll find so many such examples that tell us that the choices that the industries are making are actually making a bigger impact than what they, kind of intended even earlier. Okay, so and I think that's where making sustainable development goal as whole and soul of the organization, like some of the organizations have really demonstrated, I think that's a very good example that most organizations can, replicate, and that actually goes beyond decarbonization.
So since we are really short of time, and we have been asked to do a hard stop soon, probably the audience questions may be taken offline. So I suggest that probably we can go to the closer remarks section. We will start with Mr. Linola, sir. We'll go the anti-clockwise fashion. So as we draw this discussion to a close, I invite all the panelists to offer their final reflections, your vision of the road ahead, and the role you see for the emerging technologies in shaping a sustainable future.
As a whole, I will say the awareness among human first, then adopt technology. As my fellow panelist given a more insight, like how robotics can be connected to SDG, and how Tata Alex is working on a real SDG models. Similarly, each domains or each enterprises should focus on how sustainability can bring in. It definitely technology plays a big role that we cannot accept. It can be a new AI, or it can be what is called robotic, or it can be a computer system, which the old one, which we were, I mean, everyone was thinking that this system will take off everyone's job. That is the situation now with the Gen AI. This is what I feel personally. So coming back to the point, how responsibly we can shape this technology, and that can be benefit to the human life and better our life. This is what I'm looking forward to.
Thank you.
Yeah, as discussed, the space technology, satellites provide enormous data. It's all about how we process the data. So now with the advancement of this AI and other tools, we will be able to process the data in a more efficient way, so that whatever imageries we are getting, it can be combined with the AI technologies to have that precision farming, smart farming technologies. NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar, it is a NISAR, it is a recent satellite launched. So it is in-orbit tests are going on. So that satellite also uses all-weather imaging capabilities. That is made possible with the data processing abilities only, because anyone can take an RF image, but how it is processed, that only decides what type of image or what kind of resolution we are going to get. So with the advanced technologies and the current enormous data provided by the satellites on orbit, we will be able to move on to the achieving this SDGs. a better way. Thank you.
When we came to Trivandrum long back, there was a person told me once in a random speech, we have to, it's just not the head you should grow the entire body, the arms and everything, otherwise it's in a bad shape. So with that note, this is a very big insight that I got, and I understood that growth is something where every aspect of the body or the environment or the ecosystem has to grow. So in that perspective, I was concluding, human life is not just a person. We are a family. We are more than a family. We are a society, and more than a society, we are an environment. We are this world itself. So, without thinking about the entire aspect of a human life, if we try to grow, it will definitely get into a disaster. With that note, SDG is something we should do it for our own self. With that note, all the technology we should use for that particular purposes. Thank you.
Yeah, so see, the advent of AI or for the need of high computing speed made companies like NVIDIA, because it was the need of the hour and they saw it as an opportunity. So the point is like, however we talk positive, negative aspects of AI, but maybe I can just say one thing: love it, hate it, or curse it, but you cannot ignore it. So better to use it to optimize it for the betterment of the society.
Yeah, in the passing note, actually, all the speakers had brought out various perspectives of SDG from a different angle with their expertise, actually. Talk about the low orbit satellites, then discussions on cybersecurity front. Lot many things are there. And in front of us, we are having 17 different diversities of SDG needs, actually. That should be applied to the common mankind, covering the entire earth, not alone this country or some other. So a real blend, an understandable, fully aware blend of all technologies applied in a very concise way, aiding to the development of human population, which is not affecting others' life and harnessing a better future. That should be the aim of the SDGs. And for that, all the technology contributors are working towards in a unified way, developing better technologies applied with all the rules and regulations which is not affecting any way. That should be the aim or the motto of this one. For that, actually, we need to have a very cozy coffee home, and that ecosystem should be provided by the security to protect the people inside the nutshell. So that should be the perception, and that is what I am feeling. Speaking more will make people run away from the hall.
Yeah, very nicely put. In fact, it is the fag end of the discussion, so you have to be cognizant of that. Having said that, I would just quote the few words of our founder JRD, where he said, "In a free enterprise, the society is not just a key stakeholder, but it is the sole purpose for its existence." I think those words are resonating more than ever now, because I think that essence is getting resonated in all that we do as an organization. Today, as we kind of speak, it's so nice to actually hear from a cross section of industry, the startup, the research, and an academia. So I think the need of the day is to kind of collaborate, understand how we can collectively put our thoughts and ensure that the government also brings in the necessary advocacy, policies, and infrastructures to enable, bringing or cascading the SDG benefits to the grassroots level. So that's my thoughts.
Just this closing remarks, just kind of forgetting that I'm a technologist. I'm just taking a different perspective. So at the end of the day, whether it is all technologies, whether it is starting from the old stone implements that our predecessors used, or the emerging technologies like AI or quantum computing or quantum technology, all technologies basically created by humans for human development, human advantage. But the responsible use of any technology has been a challenge all throughout history. And the more potent the technology, the more harmful it is at the same time. So the responsible use of, rather than whether a particular technology is useful or not, yeah, all technologies are created for the benefit of humans, and all technologies, as we face more and more challenges, definitely technological advancement is required for addressing those challenges. At the same time, the magnitude and the potential of the technology themselves bring the other aspect, like the responsible use. Ever more important is the responsible use of technology by the society, by humanity, and the real challenge lies. So one point I would just like to mention is that probably the way we react to the challenges is basically how we perceive it. Just a case in point is, how do we respond? Like this climate change and global warming and all those things. These are important problems. The COVID pandemic was also an important problem. The COVID pandemic was right in front of us. It affected us directly, touched our skins, and the humanity as a whole responded frantically and reacted very quickly and very alertly and efficiently, I would say. But the same approach we can't see when you're addressing issues like global warming or climate change, because it's slow burn, it's a slow poisoning, so which we don't realize until the real hazards or the real impact is hit upon us. Probably it would be too late by then. So it's a kind of a note of concern. Probably I think this is my my final thoughts on this. So ever more important is how to use technologies in a very responsible way, and leave this earth a good place for our future generations also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So it was great listening to a wide, perspectives from a wide cross section of the industry. Cyber security, space, communications, all that. And then there were overarching themes that we came across. Particularly with regard to the perception, as Krishna Kumar sir has just mentioned, and also the kind of initiatives that industries are making towards achieving these sustainable development goals. So, on behalf of everyone here, I thank all the panelists and the audience. So, the dialogue reminds us that sustainable development goals are not just goals, but these are shared commitments for all of us. So, let's hope, let's move ahead with renewed determination, and we conclude this session. And before we wind up, may I invite Sri Vinukumar Ayar, Scientist G and Head Cyber Forensic Section and Software Training and Development Center, to present gifts to all the panelists. May I invite Sri Krishna Kumar to please come forward to collect the gifts. Sri Anish MJ. Sri Vinay Ocha. Sri Vimal Govindan K. Sri Binoj RV. Sri Lino Lasa. We invite Sri Krishna Kumar, Section Head, Communication and Software Technology Group, to kindly hand over the gifts to Sri Vijay Kumar.
May I request Sri Krishna Kumar S, Scientist G and Head Communication and Software Technology Section, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, to present the gift to Sri Prem Krishnan N, who moderated the session. Requesting all the dignitaries on the dais to please be seated. We shall now proceed to please be seated down. We shall now proceed to the valedictory section. May I invite Commodore Sandeep Wadhwa and Dr. P. Unikrishnan to the dais. So please. We now come to the final session of INNOVISTA 2025. Day has been filled with insights, thought-provoking talks and meaningful discussions. It is a privilege to welcome Dr. P. Kunikrishnan, former Distinguished Scientist of ISRO, member of the Space Commission and former Director of URSC and SDSC SHAR, as the chief guest of the valedictory session. Internationally, he has served as chairman of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space Working Group in Vienna and has been honored with several awards and doctorates for his contributions. Sir, your presence adds immense value to this occasion. May I now request Dr. P. Kunikrishnan to deliver the valedictory address. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. The Executive Director CDAC on the dais and all the remaining delegates and participants in this wonderful event. First of all, let me thank CDAC as a whole and the organizing committee in particular to invite me for this validatory function of INNOVISTA 2025. I deem it a great honor to be here today on this dais for this function. I know the validatory function is always, it's a tough function because to retain the participants is very tough because it's the last phase. I know it very well because for about 6 years, I was a national president of Indian Society of Systems for Science and Technology, ISSC, which has got 13 chapters. So I know as the very theme of this event, innovation is the key topic. And especially in the context of rapidly growing technological development in the area of science and technology, the buzzword is innovation and disruptive ideas, because those are the words being heard and pursued forward. Because I heard the panel discussions and also I have gone through the topics covered in this event, in this function today. The latest topics like latest and more talked about
areas like AI, ML, IoT, and the cyber security, and then so on. So the kind of the competition which is taking place globally is really amazing. For example, the NVIDIA, the globally the number one AI chip maker. So they have, the last 2 years, they have become number one in terms of the overall market capital, and outpassing or overtaking the giants like Microsoft and Apple. So their current worth is 4 trillion. So one can understand the cutting edge technology today and how competitive is the world. So the day when the China, they came out, the DeepSeek came out with the tool, see, the whole world really shook, especially those who are watching the NVIDIA capital power. So the single day, some 17% erosion was there in the capital, and in next 2-3 days, it has become 30% erosion. Of course, it has come out of that, but there is a kind of uncertainty in the field. At the same time, there is a kind of competitiveness in this latest technological field. Similarly, 2 days back, you would have seen the outstanding achievement by the SpaceX, a private entrepreneur. See, those days in 2010, when he started the SpaceX, Elon Musk, people were laughing at him. See, who will start a business out of rocket launching, which is a very dangerous game. But then today, if you take the statistics, the last 8 months of global satellite launch, out of 200 launches took place this last 8 months up to August. Out of 200 launches, he has made 110 launches. That means every alternate days, very powerful rocket, the Falcon 9 and the other kinds of rockets are taking place. For example, India, last whole year we could make only 5 launches. So the kind, you just see this last 8 months, they made 110 launches. Why I am quoting this example is how fast the concept or the industrial participation in the strategic applications, how fast it is changing. So this is a classic example. The Starship is really a wonder. 2 days back, it has done the fantastic mission, and I don't know, one cannot even imagine that kind of a launch vehicle, which is about 5,000 ton lift-off mass and which can carry 100 humans into Mars. So that's the kind of revolutionary things taking place. So I am well aware of the fact that this is a validatory function, and what is expected out of a validatory function speaker is he has to be very short and he has to be very brief in his response. So at this point of time, let me once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. It's a wonderful hall. I am coming for the first time here, but then I had one talk in the CDAC Velayambalam venue. After the Mars mission successful launch, I was invited to give a presentation, a talk on the mission execution of Mars mission, the Mangalyaan, because I was the mission director of Mangalyaan in 2013-14. So I think 2014 end or 2015, I was in the CDAC, and this is my second function. So let me thank the organizers once again, and I am sure that CDAC will continue with similar efforts in organizing and pulling up all the technocrats, industrialists together, so that the delegates who have participated, they would have got immense benefits out of all this exercise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. I now invite Sri Ani Satyan, Scientist Control and Instrumentation Group, Sirak Thiruvananthapuram, to present the vote of thanks.
Yeah, I will be very brief, as sir said. Actually, we are 30 minutes late from the scheduled time, so I won't take much time. So let me dive into my duty. It's my distinct honor and privilege to extend our gratitude to Dr. Kunnikrishnan sir, distinguished scientist and former director of UR Satellite Center, Bangalore, and Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota, ISRO. We are deeply honored by his presence at INNOVISTA 2025, and it's a privilege for all participants, exhibitors, and attendees to gain inspiration from his experience, insights, and achievement. On behalf of CDAC Thiruvananthapuram and the organizing committee, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Kunnikrishnan sir. Now I request Commodore Sri Sandeep Vadve sir to hand over our token of love to Dr. Kunnikrishnan sir. As we comes to the conclusion of INNOVISTA 2025, it gives me immense pleasure to reflect on the remarkable journey of this symposium. This event has truly been a celebration of innovation, creativity, and knowledge sharing, bringing together diverse community of researchers, technologists, academicians, industrial leaders, students from across the nation. We are deeply grateful for our chief guest of honor, distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, and special invitees for their invaluable presence, encouragement, and guidance. Your participation has added immense prestige to the event and has inspired all of us to continue striving the excellence in technology and research. A special word of thanks to Commodore Sri Sandeep Vadve sir, ED Corporate and Business CDAC Pune, who is with us from morning, actively participating and exploring the INNOVISTA 2025. Thank you, sir. Our heartfelt thanks to all participants, exhibitors, and contributors whose innovative projects, presentations, and demonstrations have made INNOVISTA a vibrant platform. We also acknowledge unwavering support from our sponsors at all levels, title, prime, platinum, silver, bronze, and starter sponsors, whose encouragement and commitment have been a pivotal in making the event possible. INNOVISTA 2025 has not only showcased the current advancements in technology, but also created avenues for meaningful discussions, networking, furthermore collaboration. May the ideas exchanged, connections made, and the innovations displayed here continue to inspire and contribute to the growth of science and technology both nationally and globally. I extend our sincere gratitude and best wishes to each one of you for your participation and support. We look forward to welcoming you again in future and continuing the journey of innovation and excellence together. Thank you and safe journey to all of you.
With that, we officially bring INNOVISTA 2025 to a close. As we part, let us reflect on the words of Steve Jobs. Innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. Innovation is not only about technology, it is about transformation.
Thank you all for being part of today's event. Let us now conclude with the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. Wish you all a pleasant evening ahead.